The following is a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Network.
Here's a breakaway opportunity. Battling and driving a penalty kill. And shot the goal! Battling his way through and backhanding it in is Liam Tamula.
Yellow Jackets looking to continue that run here, and a nice kick by Kennedy Pilgrim to keep that volley going. And a block at the net.
Tie to the 6. Knoll drives one into left center field. Hit well and deep, and a diving catch in left center field. A heck of a grab. Jordan Leininger took extra bases away and 2 down.
Hackle fires right side complete. The hook and ladder.
Oh, hey.
Richter to his feet. He could go. Richter to the house. Touchdown Jackets. Levi Richter on the Yellow Jackets lead with 13.8 seconds to go.
3 seconds to go. Cooler with the ball. 1 second at the buzzer. It's in! And the Pelican Rapids Vikings on a shot. And Matty Cooler go to the state tournament undefeated at 29-0.
Let's turn things over to the broadcast booth. The pregame show starts now.
And welcome live to the Hive here for some wrestling action tonight. This is Lance Rock, joined alongside by Jesse Hine, and you'll see some new things tonight as a new mat is unveiled, and exciting times here as we're going to go a triangular tonight. So we will have 3 teams, 1 Section 8 AA, that being the host Perham Yellow Jackets, and 2 Section 8 3A opponents, one in Wilmer Cardinals and the other one in the Moorhead Spuds, and a lot riding on the line for both of them tonight as well, Jesse, as they're battling for their seeds for their section tournament.
Yeah, we found out that they're battling possibly for that 1 seed as we move to the end of February, middle of February here. It'll be good to see, full lineups hopefully, and see where teams, what changes have been made and what things teams are doing to get ready for the end of the year.
And ironically, both of these teams, Jesse, were just at the Annandale battle for the Bolt tournament this weekend, and it was a kind of a rough tournament for both squads. Wilmer going 0-3 and the Yellow Jackets going 1-3 while they were there. And so we got a little bit of a look at some matchups where they saw the same team. The Yellow Jackets defeated Annandale, and Annandale turned around and defeated Wilmer. Wilmer a little short-handed. They've had some tragedy in their school and some sickness go through, so I don't think we're going to see their full lineup tonight, but that's not to be unexpected at this time of the year.
Yeah, for sure. Now's the time of the year. I know Perm's struggling with some illness as well. Injuries happen, and you just got to piece together the best lineup you can, and obviously big implications. You got to get a full team out there.
We'll lay this out for you, how we're going to do this, and you'll hear it multiple times if you start early with us. 5 o'clock is the estimated time. We'll start with Perham and Wilmer, and then it'll be Wilmer and Morehead, and then the finale tonight will be Morehead and Perham to finish off the nightcap of the triangular. We're going to stay on the same stream throughout the whole time, so whether you're from Moorhead, Wilmer, Perham, stick with us through the whole time. You'll see a little commercial break in between, give us a chance to redo our notes, get things going, and then we'll jump right back in. So you won't have to change streams tonight. You just got to stay with us through that whole time. So again, I'll repeat, we'll start out here shortly with Perham and Wilmer. We'll then go to Wilmer Morehead and then finish the night with Perham and Morehead. So lots of good action coming tonight, lots of things that we're excited about as we're on the Budget Blinds pregame show here, and excited to bring you this action. So we'll be back in about 2 minutes here, kind of give you what we think might happen, some starting lineup type situations, and we'll be back on the Budget Blinds pregame show.
For over 30 years, Budget Blinds, based out of Detroit Lakes, has been serving Perham, Fergus Falls, Park Rapids, and the surrounding area. Whether you need blinds, shutters, or drapes, check out the entire inventory online at budgetblinds.com. Budget Blinds is backed by the #1 provider for window coverings in North America and is your local window coverings expert. Visit them online today, budgetblinds.com, or give them a call at 218-206-9599. That's 218-206-9599 and online at budgetblinds.com.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. with expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, you know, we all get along just well. It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Ray's Sport and Marine in Perham has you covered for all your recreational needs. Ray's carries a large inventory of Lund boats, Bennington pontoons, plus Viaggio pontoons. They also carry the Yamaha line of ATVs and UTVs, as well as the full line of Honda Power Sports. Stop in and check out all of what Ray's Sport and Marine has to offer. Good luck to all Perham athletes, and go Yellow Jackets!
Reuter Family Dentistry, with locations in Perham and Wadena, welcomes new patients. Come meet the friendly and professional team and experience for yourself what it is patients love about Reuter Family Dentistry.
You know, Dr. Reuter is just so kind and inviting, and she's very proactive, and she has instilled it in her staff to be so friendly and inviting also, and that just makes it a wonderful experience.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
River's Edge Cabinetry loves their customers, and customers like Emily love them right back. She says, I've seen a lot of cabinets in my 16 years of real estate sales and appraising, and the quality of River's Edge Cabinetry is right there with the best. Jen says working with them was great because they took care of everything. I really like their style, attention to detail, and being able to see 3D drawings up front. Call 218-346-0127 or visit the website today, riversedgecabinetry.com, turning your vision into reality.
Welcome back into the Hive as we're getting dangerously close to wrestling action here is the way we're set up, and you won't be able to see it. Off to your left will be a JV portion, and there's lots of JV wrestlers tonight, so good for the sport of wrestling to see that. With that, you'll probably hear some whistles and some outside sound. Don't get distracted by that. And right dead in front of us, we're going to start out with Wilmer going against the Perham Yellow, the Wilmer Cardinals going against the Perham Yellow Jackets tonight. And we're thankful that you're joining us. We're on the Budget Blinds pregame show. We'll have the Lakes Ace Hardware starting lineups coming shortly. Get your favorite Benjamin Moore and Magnolia paint colors or color match any color today at Lakes Ace Hardware in downtown Perham. We'd like to thank some of our other sponsors: Frontier Airlines, Great Clips, Dakota Fins and Feathers, Budget Blinds, Lakes Ace Hardware, United Community Bank, Reuter Family Dentistry, J&L Nutrition in the Backyard, EOT Insurance, Perham Health, and we'll have many, many more that we'll be talking about as we get started tonight. The dangerous thing that we talk about, Jesse, is lineups, and weigh-ins have happened, skin checks have happened. But I know for many of these teams, and it's one of those sports that's wearing and it's taxing, and you know more about that than I do, so I'll turn it over to you in a second. But it's rare to see a full lineup at this stage of the game.
Yeah, you know, it's just the time of year, and all these guys have gone through a pretty tough gauntlet of the first half of the season. And, again, the season of illness, the time of the year where aches and pains might become something more, and God forbid you have a bad injury. But that's the way of the road sometimes, and again, you got to put the best product you can out there, and you can't dwell on what you think might happen because teams have to be creative, and really do what's best for them and try to win matches.
Right, and we want to thank Lakes Ace Hardware for the starting lineups, and I think we're going to hold off because talking to the coaches prior, there's going to be a lot of jumbling going on here and a lot of double weigh-ins and a lot of if A happens, B is going to come into play. So we'll thank Lakes Ace Hardware for the starting lineups, but we're going to hold off because we're going to be about 40% correct tonight the way it sounded. You're going to see some different faces in the lineup. If you followed the Yellow Jackets at Annandale, you saw some people getting some of their first action in the year, and it's one of those crazy things about the sport of wrestling. You can go, and it just shows you how important that left side is over here in the Hive tonight with that JV portion, is you need to be ready to go when your name is called.
Absolutely. I know wrestling especially, you always say you never know when your moment's going to be there, but in such a diverse sport where you need all shapes, all sizes, sometimes all ages too, where again you want to fill your lineup. You might be the 7th grader who's sitting over there on a chair getting ready for your JV match this week, and then next week you're out underneath the bright lights and giving her all you got. So again, you don't know when the time is yours.
And I think you're going to see those things happen tonight. And again, my name's Lance Rock. I'm joined by Jesse Hine here, helping us out with pushing buttons and the color and knowing a whole lot more about wrestling than I do. But we're just excited to be here tonight. It's a great competition. Storied programs coming in here. We're just looking forward to a great night of wrestling, and we really want to thank those sponsors again: Waterfront Recreational, Central Market, Great Clips, Perham Chamber of Commerce, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, United Community Bank, Nias Family Sales, EOT Insurance, River's Edge Cabinetry, Perham Health, KLN Family Brands, Interiors by Winkles, and many, many more. And we're just excited to get this started, and it looks as the teams are starting to gather up. Warm-ups have been gone through. Again, we're holding off on the lineups just because it's not that normal night where we can come through and go through. So Bruce Perrine's going to go through a few things with us. We'll have the anthem, and then we're going to get ready to wrestle. So as we gather ourselves, we get ourselves with the notes prepared, and the coaches and the captains come to do the flip. We'll send it back to commercial, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes.
One of our core values at United Community Bank is reinvesting in the communities we serve. I personally take great pride in this, as I'm a 5th generation in our family here at United Community Bank. We've been here for over 100 years. We take a great sense of pride in sort of that reciprocal relationship we have with our community, that, you know, we need our community members and they need us, and we love giving back and reinvesting.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
Welcome to Perham, Minnesota, a great place to visit and an even better place to live. Here's a look at just a few of the things you can experience here.
To learn more and plan your next getaway, visit Perham.com.
Hanson's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hanson, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Burgess, or Detroit Lakes today. Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
Every day, thousands of dogs in the Lakes area are told to stay. When they wanted to play at the Backyard Play Care, Doggy Daycare, or Play Care is the perfect spot for your dog. 100% supervised playtime and 100% fun in a brand new facility that opens this fall. Contact the Backyard Boarding and Play Care at 218-346-4104 or check us out on Facebook today.
At Waterfront Recreational LLC, the mission is to deliver high-quality and custom-built steps, decks, and docks so you can access and enjoy your property. We believe in hard work, honest and fair dealing, high-quality craftsmanship, and excellent customer service. Our products have proven results. We can't control the weather, but our docks remain rock solid in the windiest of conditions. We also offer boat storage in the wintertime. Call or text 218-298-1353 for more information about each of our services, or visit waterfrontrecreational.com today.
New Horizons Realty is a full-service real estate company who has been helping buyers and sellers in Lakes Country for over 25 years. They understand the local market conditions because they are from here, live here, and have lifelong careers in real estate. Get a free estimate with an experienced, local, laid-back, and friendly agent that's a part of a team you can trust and will go to work for you. Visit permrealestate.com or call 218-346-7767 to speak with Chad and his dedicated team at New Horizons Realty in Perm.
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections. Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellow Jackets.
Welcome back into the Hive as we're getting ready here for the 107-pound matchup. Is going to be brought to you commercial free by Waterfront Recreational and Frontier Airlines tonight. No starting lineup, so we're gonna get right into this. Trade Tallman for the Wilmer Cardinals against Dresden Wegscheid for the Perham Yellow Jackets. Dresden wastes no time with the takedown as he comes out and then an escape for Tallman right off the bat.
Yeah, Dres doing a great job being aggressive right away. He's back in on a shot here, another single leg, doing a good job running his feet to it.
Gets that mat return for his second takedown.
Got one leg in here going to work right away on top. It's good to see Dres coming out aggressive. Oh, he's got both legs in, looking to stretch out here.
As he's in the riding top position here, Trey Tallman, again, don't have updated for Wilmer records, but this goes back to January 20th as we have a stalemate here, back to the center of the mat. Trey Tallman is a 10th grader. He was 1-11 as of January 20th. Dresden Wegscheid, also a sophomore, 17-14 on the season, and there's another escape for Tallman.
Another shot attempt by Dres. He's doing a good job with his motion in and out. Seeing if he can get Tallman to step one way or the other here. Tallman with a nice shot opportunity, single leg. He's doing a pretty good job. Dres trying to get that toe down, keeping a whizzer in. Still got the whizzer here. Kind of a 50-50 position.
Long as he holds that whizzer, he's not in danger of giving up those points.
For sure, now he stuck that leg in and got behind the arms. Now he's in control. Good mat awareness by Dres there. just to know what he needs to do to get that takedown, even if it's not the position he necessarily wants to be in.
10 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Dresden Wakescheid up 6-2 over Trey Tallman.
Here he's looking for a quick turn at the end, trying to stack it up here. That's how we'll end the first period.
Perham's choice, they defer. Wilmer takes the down position, so Tallman going down, probably figuring Dresden has been good on top, but yet has released him, and Tallman's been able to get out. Dres looks to slide in the ride here, though, this time instead of the easy up.
Yep, he's going right back to where he was at, same side with that leg in, putting a lot of pressure on Tallman's shoulders.
Yeah, and it's one of those scary positions as you start to see him get high. You never want to see that opponent come out the back door, so to speak. But Dres is in nice position and got that nice ride in here. And
burying a deep half. This is a lot of pressure on that shoulder underneath for Tallman. Tallman doing a good job fighting it off here. There we're getting a count.
Got him past that 45 and then tries to rearrange 2 count there.
Now you'll see the official, yep, he gave 2 after the bottom man recovered there. He'll hold that down until the pin hold is given up.
Again, this 107-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Waterfront Recreational and Frontier Airlines. And again, it's one of those, I think, Tallman probably thought he was coming out right away, and Dres decides to stick the boots in, so to speak, is what they call it, and now is really working tough on this ride.
For sure. He's still working that same arm. Oh, he buried a deep half in here. Dres chest to chest in a good spot here with 40 seconds left in the second period.
Taking his time. Nice job just taking his time so he didn't get that elbow up too high with potentially dangerous. This is a long time to hold on. 28 seconds remaining, and there's
the fall. Nice job. Dresden kind of showing his experience there, taking his time with a lot of those moves, starting the Jackets off with a fall.
Yeah, nice way to start if you're the Yellow Jackets. Bonus points is something we talk about a lot, but it can't be overemphasized or underemphasized how important they are. And we'll wait here now at 114. So at 114 for Wilmer, we have Logan Fagerly against Bo Bush for the Yellow Jackets.
Fagerly working a hard front headlock to start here.
No record information that I could find on Fagerly. I know he's wrestled some, just couldn't find that information. Bo Bush is an 8th grader, 4-14 on the season. So again, I would say Fagerly looks like the bigger wrestler, Jesse, and he gets that initial takedown.
Yeah, really good job on that front head, not getting too much in a hurry. He did a good job blocking the elbow and getting 2.
This 114-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Central Market and Great Clips.
Bo doing a good job keeping his base here. Look for him to grab hands, fight those hands as he comes up.
Off the edge of the mat, so we'll go back to the center of the new Resolite mat, and kind of where a lot of colleges are going to, or most all colleges, and interesting to go back to the tape. And so those of you who followed wrestling, we went kind of to that Velcro style for quite a while, and now back to the tape mat. So beautiful mat for the Perham Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if we see any of these Resolites at the state tournament this year.
Yeah, it's got a nice look to it. Again, nice job riding here by Fagerly. He's doing a great job. 25 seconds remaining in this, and it's one of those, I wonder, shot clock came into play for basketball. I wonder if we'll ever get riding time in for wrestling. It would certainly change the way people wrestle, I think.
For sure. It's always been talked about. Fagerly with a nice cross-arm tilt here with 10 seconds left. Referee holding 2 back points. Bo doing a good job fighting tough down there.
4 seconds remaining here. Bo's just looking away, trying to keep out of harm's way, and he survives the first period. with being down 4-0. It's Wilmer's choice. He deferred. Bush goes neutral position to start the period, down 4-0. 6-0 in favor of the Yellow Jackets on your United Community Bank scoreboard.
Good choice by Bo here. I think he was in a good spot on his feet to start the match. I think he'd like to get back to some of that offense off his feet.
I was going to say, just out of what we're seeing and what we think this has to be one of those toss-up matches, and a nice job by the Wilmer wrestler, Fagerly getting started right away tonight. You start getting, if he gets another takedown, all of a sudden it really puts the pressure on Bo Bush from Perham to try to maybe do something that he's not used to doing. And Fagerly's dangerously close here to picking up some more points, but they go off the edge of the mat, back to the center.
I really like that Bo's moving forward. He's really working to try to get to his offense here. Even down 4 points, he's still sticking to his plan. Good sprawl by Bo there, fighting off that shot from Fagerly. I see if he can get one on the edge here.
My guess is Bo Bush is more of a 107-pound wrestler. It looks like Fagerly's a full 14, maybe not, but sometimes just that size difference, that's a lot when you're 114 pounds.
Absolutely. You think 7 pounds, you think of it in the size of a dumbbell. It may not seem like a lot, but 7 pounds of muscle can make a huge difference.
Both wrestlers doing kind of a nice job just kind of tying each other up. It's been an aggressive. There's a front headlock by Bush.
Bo with a nice whip over cow catcher move here. He's got to settle in. 45 seconds left here in the second period. He's got plenty of time. He's got to just settle in and weather the storm here. Keep his hip down. Fagerly doing a good job trying to roll all the way through. And here we go. Now he's got Bo on his back.
So 3 near fall for Bush, 2 reversal, and now back points.
Looks like he's holding 3.
What a wild flurry of events there, and that's how quickly wrestling goes, folks, is you might think you're in a good position, and all of a sudden you're looking at the lights.
10 seconds here.
Boy, heavy pressure being put on here. Now stretching them out, and there's the fall with 5.8 seconds remaining. So 1 fall apiece. Heading into 121 pounds.
Fagerly did a good job of turning that chin right at the end, and that was the difference. If you can turn that chin, they say the shoulders will follow.
Yeah, and great job of not panicking when he was down. Great job by Fagerly. Wyatt Cruz coming out for the Wilmer Cardinals against Peyton Trout for the Yellow Jackets. This 121-pound match we're instant action. I better get this in quick. 121-pound match between these two wrestlers has been brought to you tonight, commercial free, by New Horizons Realty and Dakota Fins and Feathers. Trout Cruz at 121.
Nice goal behind by Cruz there. Doing a good job, bouncing the head, found his opening, and got the takedown.
6-6 is the team score on our United Community Bank scoreboard. I'd like to thank Frontier Airlines tonight. Great Clips, Dakota Fins and Feathers, Budget Blinds, Lakes Ace Hardware, United Community Bank for our scoreboard, Reuter Family Dentistry. They had both pins to win there. I missed that one. So both pins to win by Reuter Family Dentistry, J&L Nutrition in the Backyard, EOT Insurance, and Perham Health sponsoring our blood timeouts, and Colton Lehman this evening.
Cruz doing a really good job on top. He's kind of going one thing to the next, started working a crossface cradle, then kind of into a cross arm tilt. You can tell this is where he's comfortable. This is in his wheelhouse. Trout doing a good job maintaining his base. Again, I think you're going to see here, Lance, Trout wrestling a little bit at 114 this year. Might be giving up a little strength and a little bit of weight to Cruz.
Right. Peyton Trout's a 7th grader, 7 and 15. And yes, he is son of assistant coach Kyle Trout, so no stranger to the mat. When your dad's an All-American, you probably have been doing this since you could put wrestling shoes on. And he is facing Wyatt Cruz as a 9th grader. Again, I apologize, we're a little bit late. Our records aren't really up to date for Wilmer, but as of January 20th, he was 14 and 16. So I know they had some matches since then, but it kind of gives you an idea where they're at. Lots of matches for Wyatt Cruz. End of the period number 1 there. Cruz up 2-0. I believe it was Perham's choice. They must have deferred. Cruz takes down. Again, interesting. We talk about riding time and how it would change it. Watching college wrestling, Jesse, with the 3 points for a takedown now, all of a sudden has really changed. It's a wide open event now.
You know, you're seeing a lot more bonus point finishes. I was a little unsure of how I felt about it, you know, being a big college wrestling fan. But I really like how it rewards that offensive wrestler for getting those takedowns.
Right, and it opens up that game, and all of a sudden you got to go offensively. Cruz with the reversal here with 1:20 to go. Has that arm bar in, and these arm bars are deadly when they're sunk in the way Cruz has it right now. He's getting near fall points.
Trout in an okay spot here, fighting off his back. Seems like he has an elbow posted.
And his hips are in the right direction, kind of counterweighting what's happening here, but a lot of pressure being put on that arm right now when you're fully on the other side of your opponent. 55 seconds remaining. Trout turns into him.
Yep, good job by Trout finding some daylight, not giving up the 6.
Near fall for Cruz. Now makes this match 7-0 in favor of him, and now we start talking bonus points again. 8 for those of you at home who are like me not that long ago, 8 points will get you an extra bonus point on the scoreboard for the team, so definitely in range for Cruz, and Trout's definitely trying to fight that. So good matchup by these two young men, and Cruz there with a tilt.
Yeah, he kind of baited him into that, got him leaning one way and then went the other.
Nice job by Trout rolling through. 10 seconds remaining here on the United Community Bank scoreboard. Again, this match being brought to you by New Horizons Realty and Dakota Fins and Feathers. There's the end of period 2. Should be Trout's choice. He goes neutral. Our first one to go into the third period, third stanza here, Jesse. So that's always good to see. And 7-0. And again, if you're Cruz, you're into that nice double.
Yeah, right now this third period's where you're really going to see the weight difference, I think. And Cruz spending a lot of time on top might be wearing Trout out a little bit.
Again, will it be interesting to see if he goes right back into that armbar type situation. It looks like he's trying to dig that wrist out from underneath Trout. And he is definitely, probably needs to get him stretched out a little bit more to get that wrist underneath.
Common theme here from the first couple. On the bottom, we got to keep our hands forward, Stalling call on Trout down below.
Stall number 1, so the next one will cost Trout a point. And there you see Cruz going right into that armbar situation. Trout trying to stand up under it. This is where you don't want to be if you're Trout. Flat on the mat with the elbow buried.
Yeah, he's got to creep that arm forward, try to do whatever he can to get his arm back before he gets over.
Great match here, 9-0. And if you're Trout, if you can get this escape, or better yet, get a reversal, you knock out that bonus point. But boy, Cruz looks like he rides tough with 40 seconds to go here in period number 3.
30 seconds left here in the third period. I'd love to see Trout come to his feet and fight for an escape here at the end of the match.
Right, it's those battles within a battle, and I've learned to love that about wrestling, that even if you can save your team 1 point, you never know, that might be the point at the end, and it might be an hour from now, but you go, that was why we won. So a good battle here. Cruz with a nice heavy ride on the shoulders, down to 7 seconds remaining, and it wasn't for lack of battle from Trout. Cruz just did a really nice job as we're down to 1 second, and that's going to be your final. Cruz winning 9-0 for the major decision, puts 4 points on the United Community Bank scoreboard for the Wilmer Cardinals. They leave 10-6, heading into 127 pounds. Ike Adams on the mat for the Yellow Jackets. Ivan Mars on the mat for the Wilmer Cardinals. Ivan Mars, a 12th grader. I had him down for a 12-9 record, I believe. So forgive me if I'm wrong, and from Wilmer if you're watching. And for the Yellow Jackets, we have Ike Adams, a 9th grader at 13-13, was a state entrant last year and has had one of those years where it seems like every night he's battling a state-ranked opponent. And that only makes you better towards tournament time. But a nice move here by Mars. He has to mat return him. Ike with great hips there.
Yeah, he's fighting it here. No points yet, no control. There Ike went down as his front hands touched the mat. Those are 4 supporting points, so it'll be a takedown for Mars.
This 127-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by the Perham Chamber of Commerce and Budget Blinds, who also sponsored our pregame show tonight. Mars up 2-0, 1 minute and 10 seconds remain in the first period. Mars looking for a tilt, and he's got it going, but again, when you see that official going back and forth, no control at that 45.
Here we are, third match in a row now. Wilmer wrestlers on top, tying up wrist, flipping right away, not wasting any time to try to get those tilts. If I'm Coach Vetch, I'm talking to the next guys coming up saying, hey, fellas, take a peek. Okay, know what we got to do if the guy gets on top of us.
And you can speak more to this, Jesse, but I think we got to clear our wrists a whole lot better, because you look at what they're doing. Stall warning here on Adams right away. It's either been that cross wrist type tilt or it's been the arm bar. Both of them need that wrist, and the Yellow Jackets are kind of letting that happen right now.
For sure. We're not seeing much motion up. I mean, you talk about trying to get up from the bottom. If you're working your way up, he has to hold on to you and prevent you from getting up rather than setting up what he wants. So I'd love to see Ike get to his feet and work hands from his feet.
10 seconds remaining. Mars going for a tilt again, and this time I think he's going to get some back points. 4 seconds remaining, so he has enough to do the whole thing. And it's a three-pointer. And again, right at the buzzer, those are the most painful. I can only imagine, Jesse, those are the most painful to take.
Points at the end of the period and ending the period on top are 2 big things that make a world of difference at the end of the match.
Wilmer's choice. Wilmer defers. Ike Adams takes the neutral position. And again, I don't think he wanted to go down with the way that the tilts have been coming in by Mars. And again, we're talking a senior and a 9th grader again, and I don't care what records say. There's a different amount of muscle when you're 3 years older than 3 years younger.
Absolutely. I know one thing for sure, though, here with Ike. I've never seen Ike get tired.
No.
So you know he's going to battle. He's going to make his adjustments here. I've already seen it. You see him tying wrists up with his feet. He's being a little more sure with his setup so that when he goes there, he's in on a single leg.
Boy, Mars is quick, though.
Quick on that go behind.
And one thing you know about, if you watched Ike Adams wrestle, he's going to wrestle to the bitter end. And that's what Ike does with everything. But, man, Mars was quick on there. Now you could start to see Mars' confidence come out here with a minute remaining. He allows Ike to get up, basically, because he feels like he can take him down.
You can see if Ike can adjust here and see if he can score off of one of Mars's attacks here.
Here's the danger. Mars had a takedown in a traditional type sense of a takedown. Ike was the shooter the last time. Mars just spun around him so fast, so it kind of leaves you guessing as a wrestler, how aggressive can I be without giving up that next takedown with 35 seconds remaining here on the United Community Bank scoreboard.
This is where having that 3rd or 4th takedown in your pocket really comes into play. When your bread and butter stuff isn't working right away, having an answer. We'll see what Ike comes up with here. You can see he's pushing the pace. He's just got to continue to stay after it with 20 seconds left here in the second period.
Again, and you don't want to see Ike hang out there out of bounds. I've seen that call a stall before, like you've got to come back in and re-engage. They just called him off the mat and get started. But, boy, Mars's hands, look at that quickness, Jesse. His hands and feet are never stopping. Another takedown for Mars.
Yeah, I'd say that's been the difference so far this match is Ike's gotten to a few attacks, but he stopped a couple times, and Mars has taken advantage of that.
Boy, and he looks confident doing it. Mars had 9-1 here heading into the third. He takes the down position. I always am kind of wondering, boy, you've lived, your bread and butter's been on your feet, you've had the takedowns. Why would you chance going down? But obviously there's things that you work on, so you're better when it comes time to hit the section onto maybe state tournament time.
Yeah, you kind of took the words out of my mouth there. I was a little surprised to see him take down there as well. Clasping call on top. Good call by the official there. Escape for Mars as well, so that's 2 points.
And obviously Wilmer knew what they were doing. Far be it from me as a non-wrestling coach to second guess. I just thought watching this match, he's been in such control from his feet with his quickness, but he used that same quickness to get out and force Ike to do a clasp. Nice shot here, and same thing happens, and we'll see if Mars can get that arm down, and he does, for another takedown.
Yeah, this is the beauty of building a little bit of a lead. You can sit back, and that other wrestler has to push the action and
make him come to you.
Yep, gets him right in his wheelhouse here.
We're under a minute left in this 127-pound match. Again, bonus points probably locked in unless something really funky happens, and maybe looking for the tech fall here as Mars. Those tilts can add up points really fast. He can get that 3, would make it 16-1 as we get going, and also there's some stall warnings here on Ike. So again, going into that armbar type situation, we're at 127 pounds. This match has been brought to you by the Perham Chamber of Commerce and Budget Blinds, and here, ooh, that was close, and he's still tilting them around with 20 seconds remaining.
Ike trying to hold tough here.
Boy, that's close.
He's there, he's getting a count.
And this is going to lock up that tech fall with 10 seconds remaining.
See if we can save a team point here. Ike fighting hard.
5.
Under 5 here.
Just sitting back waiting is Mars, and boy, am I impressed with Mars. Maybe somebody we put in for the wrestler of the match.
Yeah, he came out. I'll be honest, I was not expecting what I saw just from watching him in warm-ups, but he came out, had a plan, and executed it beautifully.
And that boasts the score to 15-6 on the United Community Bank scoreboard in favor of the Wilmer Cardinals. We'll head into the 133-pound match, brought to you by Lakes Ace Co-op and Lakes Ace Hardware.
I see Bruce kind of looking for an answer here too. I'm not sure if Bruce knows who's wrestling. So.
Right, I think we're waiting as well, and I don't know that either. I know we have Whacker out on the mat for the Yellow Jackets. I can tell you that much. We'll kind of wait. They're kind of looking back in the stands, trying to find out who we have. Dave Vetch going to clarify this for Bruce Perham. Ooh, nice shot in here by the Wilmer wrestler. Driving, and then control. Gets the 2-point takedown. We'll still wait and see here if we can get some names to you. About 1 minute remaining in this first period. Quick takedown by the Wilmer Cardinals, and they're kind of making hay. Same thing happening here. Jesse is right into that, roll that wrist into the armbar.
Yeah, right to work on top. You can see they started rolling wrist, trying to go cross wrist for that tilt. There he flipped him over. Good job by Whacker. Fighting off his back there. I think he's holding. He's got to be careful here, see if he can come to his feet. Circle out of that.
35 seconds remaining here in period number 1. We did get some confirmation as they're in this. Zane Whacker for the Yellow Jackets against Isaac Kaler for the Wilmer Cardinals. Down to 15 seconds in both off the mat. We get 1 escape for Whacker, both on their feet. 15 seconds remaining. Again, we've got Zane Whacker and Isaac Kaler for the Wilmer Cardinals. I don't have any information on really either one of these wrestlers. I know that Zane Whacker kind of made his varsity debut this last weekend down in Annandale. Zane is an 8th grader.
Fun to see these young guys out here for Perham this weekend.
So Kaler takes the down position, looking right away to kind of roll through here on a stand-up. Belly and out. Nice job by Wacker, just kind of powering back to the Resolite mat there. Nice job by him as he gets going. Now he's trying to roll a wrist out, so it's kind of one of those. I think he's trying to do what they've been doing.
See if Zane can drag him forward. Oh, boy.
Nice follow there by Zane, kind of a dangerous position. Kaler looks like he's no stranger to the mat. I don't have much information on him, but looks pretty mat savvy there as he tried to run off. As soon as he got stopped, he kind of buckled back and tried to do a quick kind of switch on Zane there. So no harm, no foul. Minute 20 remaining in the second. Wacker back in the top position, breaking down Kaler this time.
I think one of the big things so far, too, out of these young Yellow Jackets I've seen is we got to do a little bit better job of bringing our feet with us. We're getting to the right spots, but sometimes our feet aren't following our upper body, and we get stuck a little bit. So
it's that follow through, and you gotta get that momentum going on all that position. Here, Kaler really kind of stretching out, but Zane doing a nice job staying tight, chest to back there, and a nice trip brings Kaler right back down to the mat.
Yeah, putting a good ride on. Zane got a bar in for himself here. See if he can take his time. Sometimes we get in a little too much of a hurry, but he's doing a good job making sure it's deep.
I think he felt like he was off to the edge of the mat. Coach Aaron Lawrence said, you have room, come this way. But now Kaler, being the smart wrestler here, throws his hips towards the edge of the mat, kind of narrowing that gap and now not allowing Zane to go. Under 20 seconds remaining here. And Zane lets go of the armbar, and I'm sure Wilmer wants one here.
Good job. Nice mat return by Zane. Popping the hips in, picking him up for a big mat return with under 5 seconds to go here. Finish the period on top.
Ooh, Kaler in the last second off the mat, but he kind of sat, and as he sat, he bounced back up and spun around, and I thought it was almost going to be that 2-point reversal with under a second to go.
At the very least, that was a big confidence booster for Zane, staying on top that period and putting in a good ride.
So Zane takes the down position into the third. Again, we'd like to thank this 133-pound match, Lakes Area Co-op and Lakes Ace Hardware, for bringing you this action. And Wilmer's been tough on top, but Zane's doing a little different approach to it here. Got a little spin motion, but now gets caught.
Got a reversal. Nice job getting his belt buckle down to the mat on that kind of a hip heist there, ending up on top.
Boy, that was, you love to see that flip move to try to get out and get released, but it's so dangerous. It was close to going back points for Kaler or reversal for Wacker, and it went reversal Wacker. So he leads 3-2 with under a minute 20 remaining here in this 133-pound match.
He's got to be real careful with that. Then one of the new rules that they're focusing on is anytime that top wrestler has an arm trapped, when you bring that wrestler down to the mat, you are responsible to not make sure that they land on that trap side. And I think the Wilmer coaches are kind of asking for it.
And they got it, and it's the right call, and it's good for the sport. Nobody wants to see an injured wrestler, and neither do either one of these guys. So good to keep them safe. The bad thing for Wacker is that tied the match 3-3, but Wacker came out with a little zeal there after this happened, and Kaler's really struggled. But here he does a nice pick, gets the reversal and some back points.
Yeah, another situation there where Zane kind of stopped his feet for a minute and Kaler kept his feet going, put himself in a good spot and got the fall.
Man, that's a tough fall to take for Wacker. Was doing such a good job, but like you said, Jesse, you see when that momentum stops, it's a dangerous thing for a wrestler. And nice job by Kaler picking up the fall there. The Reuter Family Dentistry fall makes the United Community Bank scoreboard 21-6 in favor of the Wilmer Cardinals. Okay, so I would 139, a bump up for for Mickelson, I would say this has got to be one of the features of the night. We have Gavin Carlson, number 5 in AAA, a 10th grader, 29-4 at the time of the records. He's taking on Chandler Mickelson, a senior, 21-5 for the Yellow Jackets in multi-state appearances for these two wrestlers, and 30 seconds already gone, and there hasn't been a millisecond that wasn't action.
Boy, we saw about 5 different attempts there from both wrestlers. Again, both these guys know what they want to get to. High-level match here. Both these guys have spent a lot of time at the state tournament. Looking forward to see how this unfolds.
And really, probably it pride's on the line here a little bit, but also if you can, it's another feather in your cap. If you, for who wins this one, that you beat a quality wrestler, and it just builds in that confidence, and it puts one more thing in your backpack as you get going, and this is a really good match to see at this point of the year.
Yeah, both these guys doing some high-level stuff. It may not seem like it, the score is 0-0, but the defense that we've seen so far has been what I've been most impressed with, just crashing hips down. I mean, takedowns that both of these guys have probably got on 90% of the people that they've wrestled this year, but just awesome wrestling.
35 seconds remaining. Carlson with the takedown here. This is Gavin Carlson. We'll hear that Carlson name, and if you've watched Wilmer or if you're following from Wilmer, not a stranger to the mats of Wilmer is this Carlson name. This 139-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and United Community Bank, who is also sponsoring our scoreboard tonight. 10 seconds remaining. Carlson might take the stall here, but he improves position, gets up to the hip, and brings Mickelson back down. So it looks like we're going to go 2-0 Carlson over Mickelson heading into period number 2. This might be where choice makes a difference. The choice was to Wilmer and Carlson. He defers. Mickelson takes the down position heading into the second period, and I would imagine this is going to be like a track meet here for a while, but then you never know. Carlson's got a good deep waist ride in here, and if you're Chandler, you get back up to your base, doing a nice job. And there's the escape. So Mickelson with the early escape, 1:40 remaining here on the clock in period number 2. And again, I think it might be the next takedown here that really Carlson in on another single. Really good into that deep, kind of spins around and gets that 2-point takedown, does Carlson. Man, and this Wilmer team is just so fundamentally sound. They don't miss an attempt. When they go, and that's important. And here's a little cat and mouse game as Carlson lets Mickelson up.
Yeah, one thing Mickelson's doing really well here is he's not giving anything easy. Both those takedowns have been, well fought for takedowns, and we're still just a 1 takedown match here. Nice shuck attempt by Mickelson on the edge. He's not backing down at all.
And I may be wrong, 53 seconds remaining here in the United Community Bank scoreboard, Jesse. It looks like Mickelson wants to go a little more upper body. Carlson wants to get to the legs. And I might be wrong, and there's Carlson back in on the legs, but it seems like that might be the strength of each competitor here right now.
For sure, and sometimes getting the guy out of his element is big too. Carlson, he may not like to go up there, and that's a situation where Chandler's coaches might have scouted a little bit, but Chandler doing a better job protecting his legs this period to see if he can get one here in the last 25 seconds.
Right, and this is wearing just all your weight on the top of the neck and the shoulders of your opponent. It might not look like much is happening, but it does wear down. 15 seconds remaining here on the scoreboard. 4-2 in favor of Carlson.
Under 10 here in the second period. Thinking about this, what a great opportunity for Chandler to get a high-quality match here, kind of getting toward the end of the year, gearing up for sections.
Yeah, and if you're Wilmer Cardinals, you're just licking your chops here because a sophomore on the mat is definitely a seasoned veteran, and he's not shying away from anything, and they're kind of matching up, throwing these high-quality matches at us is really good. Conlon, I thought it must have been a whistle on both sides. I was like, okay, are we getting?
Yeah, some feedback maybe. No, that was a whistle on the other mat.
Escape for Carlson. He comes out of the down position. This is Gavin Carlson.
Chandler kind of working those underhooks. You can see Carlson not the most comfortable in that position. Chandler doing a good job. He's got to keep working levels. He's doing a good job protecting there. See if he can get a goal behind on one of these shot attempts.
One of the things I like what Carlson does in here, though, Jesse, he's not pushing in to Chandler so much that throw can happen, but he's not backing away either, so that ankle pick isn't coming into play. So this is really the strategy is unfolding here of what these guys want to do. I'm looking at, if I'm Carlson, he's probably going on a shot here pretty soon to the leg, and as I say that, he gets in a snap down.
You know, I think back to that Morris match we talked about. You know, Carlson's in the driver's seat right now. He went and he got his couple takedowns. Not saying he can coast, but he's got to say, you know what, come take care of business here. So he's in the driver's seat. Chandler's got to make some action happen here.
Well, and the thing is, he's been in this position right now with Mickelson, kind of in that front headlock position, and hasn't given up anything. So he's okay. He's afforded himself to do some little half shots, and if it's there, finish it off, and if it's not, just wait out the stalemate and try again.
I'd be curious if, you know, as we get down under 30 seconds here, if Mickelson doesn't go to a front head and try some sort of cement mixer, gator roll type attempt here as time winds down.
Again, you see a good arm work by Carlson here, definitely kind of keeping Chandler at bay, and a shot's going to have to come from a long ways away, and sometimes, oh, there he's back in on the leg. Sometimes a deep shot is not a good one. Carlson can just sit here. There's 5 seconds remaining. Obviously, he'd like to get the takedown, but he can just sit here and ride this out, and he just does that to a 5-2 victory. We have Gavin Carlson over Chandler Mickelson, and I would think that brings our United Community Bank scoreboard to 24-6, and that's a big one for the Cardinals, even though I would guess he would maybe be favored. It was one of those that I was looking forward to.
Yeah, just a business-like victory. I mean, there was nothing he did that was crazy. He stayed in great position the entire match, hand fought really well, maintained his inside position, and stayed to his plan.
Okay, so some switching around here. This is why we didn't give you the Lakes Ace hardware starting lineups, as Detloff now bumps to 45. This is Tegan Detloff. He's a 9th grader, 32-8 on the season, has some high-quality wins, but he's up against one tough customer in Sully Inez, junior at 25-4 at the time that I could get records, number 9 in AAA, and he's in on a leg right away.
You're seeing Tegan kind of benefiting from his length here, fighting off that shot, but Inez doing a good job sticking with that single leg finish.
Boy, and you just have to be impressed by the Wilmer Cardinals right now, Jesse. Every shot that they've taken, I think they've finished on. And when you go back and watch film and you look at the percentage of how successful were we on our takedowns, they're going to be pretty happy through 145 tonight.
For sure. They are running their feet all the way until that wrestler hits the mat, and it's definitely evident so far in this match.
And again, here they're back into that same thing, kind of. They've got a plan, and they're executing that plan right now. And again, you mentioned it earlier, Tegan Detloff's length causes some opponents some problems here, just because if you stretch him out, he's long, and if he curls up, he's still long. And so getting all of the positioning that you would normally do on a 39, 45-pounder doesn't happen against Tegan Detloff.
Inez doing a good job here, kind of with that ball and chain ride, reaching underneath, trying to scoop some sort of tilt here, even on his feet. Tegan's got a scoot here. This is where his length is going to come in and benefit. See if he can put that leg over his head a little bit and work out the back here as we get under 10 seconds.
You just watch Inez. He knew he wasn't in the greatest position, looked at the score clock, found out what time he was in, grabbed onto a leg and said, let's just hang on, and we'll live to fight another day. And that's that experience, Matt, awareness coming to play for the Wilmer Cardinals. 3.4 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. This 139-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, and United Community Bank. And we're at 145, excuse me. I better announce this one. So this match is being brought to you by Joe Foltz Construction and Reuter Family Dentistry. Thank you to both of these businesses for sponsoring. A nice kind of sit out there and switch by Inez.
Doing a good job clearing his hands as he went to that switch. Tegan didn't have much of a choice other than to cut him loose.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we're going to bring you all 3 matches on the same stream. Jesse and myself will be bringing you the Moorhead Wilmer match coming up next. We'll have there's a takedown by Inez. We'll have a little break in between, and we'll run some ads for our sponsors. But stick with us. We'll run through the whole night, and then we'll finish up the evening with the Moorhead Spuds versus the Perham Yellow Jackets. So full night of wrestling here on Magnitude Sports. We're glad you're here to join us, and it's been a dandy so far. Scoreboard doesn't show it, Jesse, but there has been some great action tonight.
For sure. I mean, the Wilmer Cardinals have definitely showed up pretty fine-tuned, I would say. They're looking like they're kind of in their end-of-the-year form, very technically sound, and just kind of going to work on the Jackets so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because this is kind of, you think about the Yankees and Murderers Row or whatever they used to call it, probably not publicly correct now, but you go Mars and then Kaler to Carlson, or to Inez. There probably is another Carlson coming up here at 52, I'm guessing. We'll see what the action is, but that's a tough road to hoe for a lot of teams when you hit that middle and all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard and you're down by 20 to 30 points. It gets kind of deflating.
Oh, and Perham has relied all year on, even if a team goes on a run, we've had Mickelson, we've had Detloff, we've had Byer next be the stopper so far, and so far they've edged us on a few of those tight matches.
Right, and again, you just can't say enough of how 20 seconds remaining in period number 2, how crucial matchups are. You can look and you can look at the paper and go, oh my goodness, how did this team beat this team but lost to this team? And then you start looking at matchups and all of a sudden your studs are covered up by theirs, and all of a sudden there's nothing you can do about it. And that's happening a little bit tonight right now for the Yellow Jackets, where they're expecting wins. Wilmer's just a little bit better tonight.
Yeah, hopefully we can, as we move up to the upper weights, get that stopper to step in and win a match here, get on track, and make it interesting.
And I know Wilmer's without a couple wrestlers up in the upper weights, so that might make a little bit of a difference as well. I know for sure one wrestler that's ranked I don't think is wrestling tonight, but we'll wait and see just because of all the things that are happening. But, man, I am impressed with the Wilmer Cardinals so far, and they're definitely sharpening the steel to get ready to go at section time. And there's an escape right back into a shot by Inez, so escape for Detloff, back into a shot by Inez, and there is 1:28 remaining, 5-2 lead for Inez, so not out of the ballpark for Detloff. Stay your game, like you said. Here he's in on a single, but again, that mat presence by Inez, you can just see he's not shaking at all. He's just sliding back, and pretty soon you probably see, I thought maybe he would snap around or shuck by, but he just kind of stands up with Detloff.
Yeah, again, good throw by Detloff on the edge there, feeling Inez leaning a little bit, but I'd like to see Tegan to maybe get to some of those shots he was successful with earlier in the year at home, where he's running to that leg. He's running all the way to it and finishing to it. You're seeing, I know in Isaac Adams' match we talked about good shot, but then we stopped our feet, and that's when the Wilmer wrestlers had a chance to kind of get to their defense. So
I've heard you say, Jesse, not run to, but run through.
Run through,
You know,
absolutely.
If you run through something, and here's a shot for...
So here's where we got to run our feet to that leg. There he's to his feet. He runs to it. Much better job by Detloff here. He's got to continue, though. Inez, just good defense, good hips down. Mat awareness there is really good, but that was a much better attempt by Tegan. Running to that leg. Again, now we got to run through. We're working. That's what I love about Tegan Detloff.
30 seconds remaining here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I've been impressed with the Cardinals, they never overreact to a shot. They never overreact, and so they stay in good position the whole time defensively, making it real tough to score on.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of Perm wrestlers go to their setups and not get any the reaction they're looking for. We're not getting as much penetration on our shots as we maybe normally have, and that's just kudos to the Wilmer Cardinals coaching staff.
Good job by Tegan holding on there. He's going to go down in defeat. Tegan Detloff loses 5-2 to Sully Inez, but holds it to a regular decision. That brings our scoreboard, our United Community Bank scoreboard, 27-6 in favor of the Cardinals, heading into 152. We got Carson Byer coming out for the Yellow Jackets. And this sure looks like Carlson to me, but I
was going to say, just that's the Carlson build that I've seen at Meyer
watch
wrestling
the Gophers,
too.
South Dakota State, you see this type of build.
Square shoulders, short, stocky, right in on a shot right away. Boy, that's about as technical of a shot as you can get right there.
Takedown right off the bat. This is Conlon Carlson, ranked number 3. He's a junior. Well into his 30 wins this year. I had him at 30-4 a couple weeks ago, so he's probably getting close, dangerously close to that 40 wins, somewhere in there. Again, ranked number 3 by the Guillotine at 139. Carson Byer, a senior, 24-10 on the season, and nobody's going to work harder than Carson Byer.
That's right. I know he's looking forward to this opportunity just to, see where you're at. This is one of the best guys in the state. Can't get much better opportunity than this. Carson's got to be a little bit careful here. He's trying to scramble. He just gave up the 2. Good job by Carson bellying out there.
Nice to get out of that one, as you saw 1 swipe of the hand. 2 swipes would have got him into some point giving up, but nice job by Byer just to work himself onto a better position to just get off the mat. 1:14 remaining here in period number 1 at 152 pounds. Escape for Byer.
One of the things you see from these high-quality wrestlers like Carlson is it seems like it's effortless for him. I mean, he's in such good position. He feels his opponent so well. He just knows where they're going to step, knows where they're going to lean. And Byer doing a good job making him earn it here.
That's just so quick, though, right down to the ankle. This 152-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by Nias Family Sales and EOT Insurance. And I almost think there should be some back points, even though it's defensive. I know you can't. You don't want to get pinned there, and now we're probably a smart move for both wrestlers, especially for Carlson, keeping it out of harm's way here. But Byer almost defensive pinned himself there, and I think Carlson knew exactly what he was doing.
That's where you're going to see in college they put in that danger rule where you're exposed to your back. They give a couple danger calls, and then they actually reward a takedown and start calling back points from that position. But Byer knowing the rules, again, fighting to try to get into some positions to prevent some of those takedowns, and he's working. That's one thing you can guarantee with Carson is he's going to work.
Under 10 seconds. 8-3 the score. Byer with 3 escapes. Carlson with 4 takedowns. And again, kind of what we expected. Byer's going to work extremely hard. He's a quality wrestler, but we're seeing one of the best in Minnesota right now.
I can think of multiple times here, too, when we've invited St. Michael up, we've invited Simley up. Some of our best guys on our team, I mean, your son, Leighton Rock, got to experience a Patrick McKee in the old middle school gym. And, it's just crazy to think that some of your best wrestlers, there's still guys out there who can, take care of them. And I think of Zach Peterson, one of our most decorated wrestlers in Perham, meeting up with Patrick Kennedy, who's wearing the Hawkeye black and gold right now. And
you're talking guys that won 3 individual, 5 team medals, and it was just another level. And we watched that. We kind of teased Leighton yet to this day as McKee's still wrestling for the Gophers. Like, you think you could still go with him? And he just laughs and giggles and said, I couldn't then, so how could I now?
It's great experience for those guys.
Nice job here by Byer. He's holding tight here, but he's going to put himself in a bad spot because you just see Carlson's just kind of measuring up, like, what am I going to do here? And then we get a stalemate. But
you know, you got to give Byer credit. He's putting himself in a spot to get those stalemates, and I wouldn't say I've seen Carson scramble like this before, but this might be a match that gives you that experience.
And then Carlson says, I'm done with all this stuff. Back to the fundamentals, double leg takedown, which you made very familiar here in Perham, and I know my boys couldn't wait to watch a freight train double go through.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta, it's kind of an attitude takedown, and that was definitely one of those from Mr. Carlson.
I think he wanted to remind Carson was getting a little frisky there and then working, doing some things maybe he shouldn't, and I think Carlson wanted to remind him who he was on the mat with, but I look for Carson to take a shot here. He's not going to go down not swinging, but Carlson, there he goes. But look, that's that cat-like quickness and just right around, and he's going to get his 2 with 20 seconds remaining here.
Yeah, you got to think anytime there's a holiday break, I'm sure brothers, cousins, I'm not sure how they're all related, all the Carlson boys, but you got to think he's had some pretty good practice partners over the years.
I'm pretty sure they wear off their turkey dinner before it gets a chance to settle. But under 5 seconds remaining, 12-4 in favor of Conlon Carlson, number 3 rated by the Guillotine in the last Guillotine ratings, and proving why he's that way. Carson's flirted in and out of the rankings this year, as high as 8 at one point, now currently not in there. But again, he's in that top 10, 12 in the state of Minnesota at AA as well.
You know, some of these guys who are so decorated in wrestling, you just wonder, are they multi-sport guys? You know, Carson being a big player for us in the fall on the football field. You're curious how much mat time some of these guys have.
Exactly. Escape by Byer there makes it 12-5 with 1:40. Carlson goes right back in on that single leg work. And again, I think he's looking for more. You just see him setting up into that next chain. He'll take the takedown, but if he can get in deeper, he is certainly going to do that. 14-5 here, 9-point lead. I'm sure he's looking for that tech fall. Has locked up the major as we are going. Again, nice job of bellying out here by Byer. Carlson pushes him away and lets him up right back into it, and that's one of the things I think you see. You talked about a Patrick McKee being here. You see them run through. The edge of the mat is no limit for them. They're going to wrestle until the whistle blows and says stop wrestling. And it's just that little next step of being even more physical.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see Carlson kind of hitting another gear here. He's getting his work in. He definitely wants to leave no doubt that there's anybody else in control of this match right now.
40 seconds remaining, 16-6 now in favor of Carlson. And I didn't know if he was going to continue up and down here, but looking to try to maybe work something on the edge of the mat. They go out. We're going to go back to the center. 28 seconds remaining, 16-6. So major decision in hand right now. Even a reversal is going to keep it at a major decision by Byer. Byer scrambles out right away and then take down again. And so it's almost that you can have your 1, I'll take my 2 type situation, and then he locks it up. Locks in a cradle. This would.
Carson's got to keep wrestling here. Oh, boy.
Escape, then a takedown, and that's the tech fall. And so when
23-8.
When you talk about hitting another gear, that was a whole nother gear. So again, I hope it was a great match for most of it. And again, it's great to see 2 really good wrestlers here go at it. But again, the scoreboard is heading in the favor of the Cardinals, 32-6. Heading into 160.
160 pounds for Wilmer, Isaac Zelaya, and for Perham, Logan Cook.
Isaac Zelaya on the mat for the Wilmer Cardinals against Logan Gook for the Yellow Jackets. Seeing what I've got. Zelaya is a senior, I had him at a 2-2 record as he comes out with the takedown right away. Logan Gook's a 10th grader, 4-9 record. And so again, I think when you see a few of these, you're thinking toss-up, and never count Logan Gook out. I've seen him get into positions and get himself out of positions, but nice job by Zelaya right here. But there's what we're talking about with Gook.
Goes from being in a cross-face cradle to almost a reversal attempt there. Again, I'm looking for Gook to come up to his feet. Come up to your feet. Don't give that guy an opportunity, a chance to wrap your wrists up.
Gook, the youngest has 2 other brothers, the youngest of 3 in his family. One trait they all had is they can get out of positions and situations that I have not seen other people be able to. Their flexibility is second to none here. And again, we're right back into that armbar series again, giving us our wrists. 50 seconds remaining, so a long sit here. If Zelaya looks up a little bit, sets his haunches down, and there he goes. He's for sure going to have 3 near fall sitting here on the table if he doesn't get a pin, but this is where that flexibility of Gook again I think comes into play, but resettling in here is Zelaya.
Those minor adjustments that you may not see, but those Wilmer wrestlers doing a good job of using their knee to come over and try to turn that chin over. You'll see him try to use that knee to spin that chin toward his shoulder. A lot of times that works that other shoulder down.
10 seconds remaining. It looks like Gook's going to stay out of harm's way. I've heard it said, Jesse, it's a little bit like quicksand. The more you squirm, the tighter it gets, and that's what it seemed to be as we go into the second period. It's Yellow Jackets' choice. Gook defers. Zelaya says neutral, which I can't blame him. This 160-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by Ray's Sport and Marine and J&L Nutrition, the Backyard. Thank you to both of these sponsors for another quality match. 5-0 Zelaya heading into the second period, and it's 5-0 no longer as he gets a takedown early on as he goes neutral and now leads 7-0.
You got to tip your hat to some of these Wilmer wrestlers on just how good a position they stay in, and it seems like that second period's when they really open it up.
Right, and this is a little bit where the Yellow Jackets, a few wrestlers out from injury here, sickness. Not that Logan Gook isn't a formidable wrestler. He's been on varsity a couple of years. Just it gives them a little bit different matchups if they can do this, and here we go right back into this again. It's almost like Groundhog's Day, Jesse, as they continue to do the things that they do very, very well.
Yeah, and you just got to respect how he's taking his time here. I mean, some wrestlers get in a hurry and they try to just run that thing and corkscrew themselves into the ground.
And he's
got a double arm bar, which is just a lot of pressure on your shoulders here. Gook doing a good job fighting it off.
I'm hurting just looking at it. So, again, more near fall coming, and we hope it's just near fall, but he's got that in tight, and he just kind of rocks back and then lets go. So he gets his near fall 3, which puts it at 10-0. 30 seconds remaining here in period number 2 on the United Community Bank scoreboard. We've got a few matches to go, and here's a cradle now. So, again, nice job by Gook. But you got to just appreciate Zelaya. A lot of wrestlers would have bailed out of that position, given up the reversal. Not Zelaya. He goes right back into his offense and tries to cross-face right in and move Gook over and get him face down again. But that's the end of the second period. So we'll head into the third period. Gook takes the down position.
Another thing you're seeing here out of these Wilmer wrestlers, I remember Philip Mekadek when he was coaching here, talking a lot about whatever arm you're working, whatever wrist you're rolling, roll that wrist the entire match because you're going to wear out that arm from them trying to fight it. And I've noticed that a lot from these Wilmer Cardinals where they're going right back to that same arm, same wrist every time they're working it, and it's working for them.
32-6 at the 160-pound match here, 1:40 remaining in period number 3, and the Cardinals are definitely proving themselves to be a formidable team in any level, but especially in the 3 and 8-3A, as they're going to be looking to make some noise along with Moorhead, Bemidji, maybe Brainerd. So when you're thinking about their competition, that's where it is. And they just keep going from move to move, Jesse.
Yeah, 8 AAA is a great section, similar to 8 AA. They've produced a lot of great teams, a lot of great individuals come out of that section. I know in my time coaching up at Bemidji when I was in college there for a little bit, a lot of fun battles with both Moorhead and Wilmer throughout the way, always battling for that trip to the state tournament.
Escape for Gook there makes the score 10-1. And again, he's got to look at, you're looking for something big here, and how do you combat that is go at a leg, and that's exactly what Zalea does, and he's looking to put some more points on the board for himself, and he does just that with a takedown. Sometimes the best defense is a low shot. Well, we have them in here. We'd like to thank Budget Blinds, Lakes Ace Hardware, KLN Family Brands, Ray Sport Marine, Reuter Family Dentistry, Joe Foltz Construction, Interior by Winkles, River's Edge Cabinetry, as we see
Holy smokes,
a
he
reversal.
did it again. He popped out of that cradle again, and he's in a headlock position here. He's got
it tight.
I don't know if he's going to quite have enough time, but
1-0 in a valiant effort at the very end.
2-point near fall.
Makes it 15-5, and a major decision puts 4 more on the scoreboard. Makes it 36-6, heading into 172 pounds.
Good job by Gook there, probably saving a team point on that last round of back points for Zalea. Tristan Larson in on a good shot right away. Champagne doing a good job kind of holding on to that leg, but Tristan settled in, got his 2 points here. Tristan's got to get a leg hook behind there so he doesn't, there he goes. Gets behind, gets in control. Good job being aggressive.
Cameron Champagne bumping up a weight according to what I had, 10th grader, 21-12. Larson also bumping up a weight, so even Steven, if you look at it that way, he's also a 10th grader, 12-16. So again, toss-up match. What I like in toss-up matches is early points.
Larson's got to be a little careful here with some of those mat returns. Again, it's the top wrestler's responsibility to make sure the safety of that bottom man on those mat returns. Tristan doing a good job staying in control. I'd like to get him to work up some of those wrists and try to get a breakdown.
This 172-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by River's Edge Cabinetry and Perham Health. Perham Health also bringing us our blood timeouts tonight, which, knock on wood, we haven't had any.
And there is the call. The call is an illegal slam.
So 1 point on a penalty point makes it 2-1. Still in the first period, 50 seconds remaining. Champagne gets up to his base. Again, Larson trying to wrestle physical here and really kind of elevating that leg on the stand-up and bringing him back down.
Nice back trip by Tristan there. Again, he's got to get into those wrists, try to get up there. He's got a near side cradle attempt. Good job by getting him back down here. Now we got a battle.
Yep, now we're into that kind of ankle pass situation. 15 seconds remain in the period. Again, this is one of those scramble techniques, and they could call.
Good job by Tristan there to gonna hang on, regroup, and get back to where you need to be.
Right, when the mule kick or whatever you want to call it, mule donkey kick, that's hard to hang on to. Tristan did a nice job not overreacting to it, let it happening, and he holds that 2-1 lead heading now into period number 2. Champagne will take the down position here for the Wilmer Cardinals. That second whistle over there gets me every time. I'm thinking, where was the caution there? Again, Tristan's done a nice job here, and he stayed consistent to what he wants to do on his mat returns there, Jesse. You look for Champagne, hasn't really done anything different, so if you're Larson, you keep doing what you've been doing.
yeah, you can see definitely when Tristan drops down to those legs, Champaign does not want to get thrown back down to the mat. So minor adjustments made. Tristan doing a good job riding. Again, I'd love to see him get to some offense on top here.
Again, we'd like to thank Rivers Edge Cabinetry and Perham Health for sponsoring this match. And again, a lot of movement, and they're staying tight, chest to body to shoulder. And again, we got good effort, just not a lot of scoring right now.
And you got to think a stall call might be coming here from Champaign on the bottom with his head down on the mat. Just under a minute to go here in the second.
Yeah, that last return kind of seemed like it took the wind out of his sails just a little bit. And that might be the reason why. So we're going to bring trainer. This will be a blood timeout. We're going to bring the trainer in, and I think we'll step away. Jesse, if you got a quick commercial, we'll come right back after a word here from our sponsors.
For over 30 years, Budget Blinds, based out of Detroit Lakes, has been serving Perham, Fergus Falls, Park Rapids, and the surrounding area. Whether you need blinds, shutters, or drapes, check out the entire inventory online at budgetblinds.com. Budget Blinds is backed by the #1 provider for window coverings in North America and is your local window coverings expert. Visit them online today, budgetblinds.com, or give them a call at 218-206-9599. That's 218-206-9599 and online at budgetblinds.com.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. With expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware. You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware, right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, you know, we all get along just well. It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Welcome back here, and Colton Lehman back on the mat, and we're gonna. This one's gonna be a medical default or medical injury here, and probably smart at this time of the year. That goes down just like a pin for the Yellow Jackets, so it gives Wilmer. It gets that Wilmer wrestler a chance to go regroup. He's going to work with Colton Lehman here, see what he can do for the rest of the night. Again, that takes us now to 189 pounds. We have Vetch for Perham. And I didn't catch.
I thought they said Swanson, but
okay, I think you're right. Levi Swanson for the Wilmer Cardinals. Again, I don't have anything on Levi Swanson. I know he was in the lineup this last weekend. Vetch is bumping up from 72. He's a senior, 17 and 15 on the season. The way tonight's going, I think you throw records, no records out the door, because it's been one of those type of nights as Wilmer has looked really sharp. And again, it's too bad we had to end that last one, but it's better to be safe at this time of the year. This 189-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by KLN Family Brands. And there's a shot, and kind of what Vetch looks for. Get in on the shot, and he's going to hit you with a reshot or a heavy shoulder right away.
Nice little drag into an inside cradle there for Vetch. He's getting back points. Didn't quite have it tight enough, but it looks like the referee's holding 2 for sure. Nice job there. A lot of times you'll see when they're in that front headlock, they dive underneath for sometimes an opposite ankle pick, but he went near side to a cradle there. Nice job by Vetch.
Again, 40 seconds remaining on the United Community Bank scoreboard. 4-0 in favor of Vetch, and he's going right to work.
Crazy to think that Jackson Vetch spent some time at heavyweight last year and in years prior, but sometimes you can't take the heavyweight out of a guy. He's running that head lever just like he was when he was younger.
Yep, exactly, and I think he wrestled that way, so you wrestle to your strength, and nice job here by Vetch. 10 seconds remaining on the United Community Bank scoreboard.
There it is.
And there's the fall.
Again, we talked about it with some of the Wilmer wrestlers, but Vetch with a great job taking his time on that, making sure he got the fall.
We head into 2:15. 36-18 on the scoreboard. Hudson Hackle coming out for the Yellow Jackets.
At 215 pounds for Wilmer,
Ramiro Trevino on the mat for the Wilmer Cardinals. And again, we talked about a few Wilmer Cardinals tonight without Steven Cruz. He's at that 172 to 189-pound match, and he's number 5 in the state of Minnesota, and he is also a junior. So they're missing one of their, and we're kind of battling through some injuries too as the Yellow Jackets. So good matchup tonight between these two clubs. Seen a lot of good wrestling, and we still got a couple matches to go. Hackle meets that shot by Trevino there. You could hear the slap from up here.
Yeah, you get into some of these bigger weight classes, and it gets a little physical. You got to love it.
This 215-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by Interiors by Winkles.
A little bit of jockeying around a little bit, pounding on each other's heads. Trevino in on, that's his third shot attempt there. Good job by Hudson working to it. Run his feet here. Keep that feet moving.
Boy, and Trevino was going to slap on that headlock, and nice job by Hudson. It just kind of went by.
Should be 2 on the leg right there. There you go.
You just wonder what would have happened if that headlock would have. It's the great equalizer, and again, nice job by Trevino. Just really good action by this Wilmer club, Jesse, and their hip action and the way they're able to push away and get out. There's a stalemate here, but he was in kind of a harm's way there, and he seemed to be able to kind of move his way out of that, even though it ended up as a stalemate. Hackle back in the top position here.
You're not seeing those Wilmer wrestlers rest at all.
No.
Sometimes you see guys kind of collect themselves. There's none of that. They're wrestling through all the positions, and some of the Perm guys are finding out tonight that might be the difference.
A good lesson to be learned going into section time, both individual and team. 20 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Here in the first period at the 215-pound weight class.
Again, if I'm Hudson here, I'm thinking, Trevino in on a nice double leg there. That was deep. Fighting off the edge of the mat. Good hips by Hudson Hackle there, making sure he didn't get comfortable on the edge. But I was going to say, if I'm Hudson, I'm expecting that shot. That's his 5th shot attempt. One of these times he's got to take advantage of that again.
Wilmer's choice, and instead of deferring like we've done all night, he takes the down position. Definitely going to try to probably hop up, knowing his quickness and speed here. And then, like you said, Jesse, I think if he gets out, you got to be looking for that double or single leg right off the bat.
Absolutely, and sometimes you get to these bigger weight classes, conditioning can be a factor, and taking the down position right away while you're a little fresh isn't always the worst idea. But good return by Hudson. He's got a bar he's working over. Hudson really good in this position. He's just got to take his time. He's blocking the head. if he can get that elbow tip up a little bit. There he goes, steps over. He should be getting a count here shortly. There we go.
Minute 25
and that
on
should
the
be
clock.
it right there. Oh, the referee missed it.
Kind of went around one side, and the other side was the spot, and that happens.
He did a good job. When you take your time like that, a lot of times it can be just a touch fall because it's right in front of you.
So again, a little more life. We get to see a little bit more good wrestling, and good job by Hackle here with 1 minute remaining in the second period, up 6-1, 36-18. The Wilmer Cardinals in. My math is not always the greatest, but I think they've cinched this one up. So now we're wrestling for pride.
Hudson doing a good job. Looks like he might have taken the wind out of Trevino's sails a little bit. Just when I say that, he pops out of the bottom for a 1-point escape.
Again, it's always that announcer jinx that gets me in the basketball game, so we'll count that a little bit there.
There we go.
20 seconds remaining in period number 2.
Again, similar, we talked about it earlier with some of these Wilmer guys. Hudson's in the driver's seat right now. He's got to maintain good position, expect that shot from Trevino, make sure to keep a low level, meet that shot with head, hands, good hips. Again, we got to get our head down a little bit so we don't quite get so deep on those shots. 4 seconds remaining here in the second.
Again, this will go 6-2 into the third period. It'll be Hackle's choice. He takes down. Again, just to, we're going to get a little clarification here, I believe. We'll just clarify what we're going to do while the officials are doing the same thing. We're going to finish out this first round of this triangular. We'll have one more match here. We'll step away. We'll stay on the same stream, but we'll step away for a little bit. Stick around, hear from our sponsors. We'll kind of get ourselves re-geared, change our scoreboard up. We'll do a few things like that, and we'll come back and have Wilmer and Moorhead facing off next, and then we'll do the same thing again for the nightcap, and we'll watch. We'll get to see Perham battle Moorhead. So we've got some good action yet remaining. Stick with us. Go grab a bowl of popcorn and a soda and join us as we're watching some really good Central Minnesota wrestling here tonight.
I'm a little confused. They bumped the score down to 4-2 on us, but I'm thinking back just in my own thoughts here. Hudson had a takedown. I thought he had 3 near fall on that arm bar. But
I thought it was 2 and 2, but they must have.
And then did Hudson have an escape?
No,
because he took down.
I thought it was 6-2. I must have missed something in there. So it's 4-2, which tightens this up and makes this escape for Hudson to be really kind of crucial right now with a minute remaining in the third period on our United Community Bank scoreboard. And I don't know that if you're Hudson, you want to turn into this guy.
No, I'd like to see Hudson to get to his feet again here. You get to your feet, you're up by 3. You know, again, you put yourself in that driver's seat to know Trevino is going to probably shoot a couple more times. He might get a goal behind here to kind of seal the deal. 39 seconds left here in the third period. Hudson still in the down position.
Again, you see the action from these two wrestlers has slowed down considerably. Give the escape to Hackle there. Makes it 5-2.
Here the pace is picking up a little bit.
Just as I said that, Trevino's going like a house of fire. The reason why, 25 seconds remaining. Trying to get this takedown. He did corral the leg there, but I don't think that's going to help him. I think he's got to kind of stand him up here.
Yeah, Hudson doing a good job on that shin whizzer. Staying in a good spot here. He's in pretty good shape as long as he can kind of keep him on his side there. There might be a takedown with 1 second left. Too little, too late for Trevino. Good job by Hackle there at the end.
5-4 win for Hackle. Changes your United Community scoreboard to Wilmer 36, Perham 21, heading into 285 pounds. We're going to have Cash Burke. Cash Burke coming out for the Yellow Jackets. Cash is a junior, 10-8 on the season. For the Wilmer Cardinals is Finley Donlan. He is a junior at 6-9, so another one I would consider. One of those toss-up matches as we go.
Contrast of body styles here. Donlan, pretty tall lad here. Cash, kind of shorter and stockier, but nonetheless, they're battling.
Yeah, again, that leverage when you're taller, you would think the Wilmer wrestler, I guess, if I was wrestling, would try to use that, and a lot of down pressure, wear out your opponent, and then try to score in the second and third periods, but doesn't seem like that's the case so far.
No, I used to say, tall wrestlers, that's a lot of leg to get from a big guy, but we'll see what happens. We'll see who commits to the first attack here. Not a whole lot of action, just fighting for inside position here. Kind of a drag attempt, slide-by attempt there by Donlan. Cash doing a good job, not pressuring forward too much. There's kind of a half shot attempt. Interesting stall call. Neither guy doing too much. Hopefully Cash doesn't get too wound up here off the edge of the mat. Now we got some high-flying action.
Just what a former heavyweight likes to see, right? Is a little high-flying action. 35 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, another kind of slide-by attempt there by Donlan, jockeying for position. I'd like to see somebody drop a level and commit to a leg attack.
10 seconds remaining in this first period. 0-0 on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Again, we'd like to thank Great Clips, Dakota Fins and Feathers, Frontier Airlines, Central Market, New Horizons Realty, Lakes Area Co-op, Waterfront Recreational, J&L Nutrition, The Backyard, EOT Insurance, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, Perham Chamber of Commerce, Nias Family Sales and Service, Perham Health, United Community Bank, River's Edge Cabinetry, Interiors by Winkles, Joe Foltz Construction, Reuter Family Dentistry, Ray Sport Marine, KLN Family Brands, Lakes Ace Hardware, and Budget Blinds for bringing you tonight's action, early tonight action. We will be going to the EOT Insurance postgame show after this. Grab a quote today by visiting EOTinsurance.com. During that time, we'll be talking at the break about the J&L Nutrition Backyard Wrestler of the Match. Lots of ideas in my head right now, but we'll see how this last one ends up as we're still 0-0 with 1:20 remaining.
Donlan kind of using his length on top, but Cash doing a good job getting to his feet, getting that escape. Just good technical wrestling by Cash, controlling those hands, exploding at the right moment to get that escape.
1 minute to go here in the second period. 1-0 in favor of Cash, and I don't think 1-0 is going to win this one, Jesse. So I'm looking for that next big shot here by one of these two.
Under 45 seconds here. We'll see if anybody commits to an attack. Hard snap down maybe. Again, all this pulling, pushing, that's wearing on both guys. It's a lot of weight to be carrying. Your lower back starts to scream a little bit as the match goes on. Conditioning could be a factor. We'll see if any of these guys can wear each other out. Donlan's kind of gone to that arm drag attempt a couple times.
15 seconds remaining here in period number 2. 36-21 is your team score. That's all but locked up here for the Wilmer Cardinals. They will be victorious tonight. Yellow Jackets looking to narrow that margin on the scoreboard, and we'll step away after the conclusion of this 285-pound match, and we'll honor some of our sponsors, and then we'll come back to do just what we said before. we'll dive into the EOT Insurance postgame report. We'll talk about and recap this. We'll talk about our JNL Nutrition and Backyard Wrestler of the Match. And we'll wrap that up, step away for a little while, change our scoreboard up, and we'll get ready for Wilmer and Moorhead to battle in round 2 of this triangular here at the Hive on Magnitude Sports Network.
Cash has got to be a little careful here. He's got one stall call already. So if he hangs on for too long, there it is. That's going to be a point. He does a good job of bringing him back down to the mat. But now he might have to commit to a ride here. We'll see how long his coaches want him to ride unless we go to our feet and try to make something happen. Again, roll attempt by Donnellan on the edge. That's where Cash has to be a little bit careful. Being the shorter wrestler, some of those tall guys have some pretty good leverage underneath. Minute 13 left here in the third period. Cash doing a good job keeping pressure forward. He's got to be careful not to hang here. See if he can bump him back down to the mat. If they come to their feet, I'm pretty sure their coaches are going to screen. There he goes, gets an escape for Donnellan. Just under a minute here. Cash Burke down 2-1. He's going to have to commit to an attack here at some point in the last 45 seconds.
Again, it's one of the toughest things to do. You might be sitting at home going, why? Why isn't he just doing this? When you got that big, long body draped on you, it's easier said than done to just unleash yourself and go for a shot. And it's not human nature to put yourself into harm's way. So just to do that out of nature, but there goes Burke.
Cash with a good attempt here. Donnellan might just posing to be a little bit too big for Cash's attempt. He's back to his feet here. Have the score at 4-2 with just under 10 seconds to go. See if Cash has one more attempt in him.
Three, 2, 1, and there is the final. 4-2 in favor of Donnellan, which brings our final team score to 39-21 in favor of the Wilmer Cardinals, and they are as advertised. They come in rated 10th by the last guillotine, and you can see why. We're going to step away for just a second. We'll come back with our EOT postgame show after a few messages, and then we'll kind of set up your lineup for the next one coming up.
I have 3 amazing kids, and it can be a bit complicated.
All right, you guys, you ready?
But there's nothing else like it in the world.
Bye, honey.
Traveling with kids is on another level.
Yay, let's go.
I appreciate all the extra help I can get when we fly.
Hi, how can I help?
I'm honored to get every passenger to their destination.
I'm so grateful that I've been able to fly with my 3 young kids.
At Frontier, we get it. We're flyers too, and we believe the sky is for everyone.
I have 3 amazing kids, and it can be a bit complicated.
All right, you guys, you ready?
But there's nothing else like it in the world.
Bye, honey.
Traveling with kids is on another level.
Yay, let's go.
I appreciate all the extra help I can get when we fly.
Hi, how can I help?
I'm honored to get every passenger to their destination.
I'm so grateful that I've been able to fly with my 3 young kids.
At Frontier, we get it. We're flyers too, and we believe the sky is for everyone.
Welcome back into the Hive. We're just kind of getting ready to wrap up one, start another. We'll do a quick EOT post-game report here. Jesse, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'll let you choose the Perham wrestler of the match, sponsored by J&L Nutrition in the Backyard.
I'll give that to Jackson Vetch tonight. I thought he wrestled a good match, came out and hit some good moves, ended up on top and got a pin, and kind of a crucial moment for the Yellow Jackets tonight.
Right, and I'm going to go Wilmer's side, thanks to J&L Nutrition in the Backyard. As we go through, I'm going to go back to 127 pounds to Ivan Mars, and I think it was one of those I thought might be a toss-up, maybe even favor the Yellow Jackets, knowing what Adams could do. Crazy how he came out, and his body control and what he did was just outstanding. And so, again, I'm looking forward to seeing some of these guys wrestle again as we go through this. Just an exciting night. But, again, just a quick recap. It was too much Wilmer Cardinals most of the night. And one of the things, Jesse, is I just can say I was super impressed with. They knew what they wanted to do. They executed it well. And every wrestler, I think, came out, and I don't think you can look at one that was, boy, they didn't wrestle well tonight.
Yeah, you could definitely tell when they walked on the mat tonight, every one of them had a plan. Whether that, kudos to their coaches for getting them ready to go. But they, even on the matches they lost, they came out with an idea of what they wanted to do. The Yellow Jackets got going, made it interesting, but it was too little too late for them at the end.
Yeah, and it was a good battle. One of those that you look to the Yellow Jackets, it's going to sharpen what you're doing. I think we're really close here to getting started. I see coaches coming up. Officials are ready to go, so we're not going to waste any time tonight. With this match, we're probably we're going to bring to you the match. We'll try to let you know what's going on. Our analysis might not be quite as in-depth to teams here that we're starting to learn. But we'll give you what we can. Both of us battling a cold, so we'll see how long we last as well, and I'm sure people can relate with that. So I think we're waiting for Wilmer, kind of giving them some time. Again, Wilmer with that last win, now 15-10 on the season. They're going to face Moorhead 10-10, and this is really a battle of 8-3A, and they might end up seeing themselves in the section tournament down the line.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier about Section 8-3A, always a competitive section. And here we go right away with Trey Tallman for Wilmer and Morehead's Landon Rinke at 107 pounds.
I'll get my sheets all gathered together here, and bam, we're right off into the action here as Rinke wastes no time in on that takedown. Definitely back points, and again, you can hear something that you said all along, Jesse, lots of time. Take your time. There's 1:30 remaining here. Official holding 3 points on the mat.
Yeah, this Rinke, just a 7th grader, it has written down here. Quite impressive 7th grader to come out and get that win right away.
That match was brought to you by Waterfront Recreational and Frontier Airlines. Landon Rinke now runs his record to 12-6. Going to 113. So Logan Fagerly coming out onto the mat for the Wilmer Cardinals. And Dane Ellingsberg is a 10th grader, 28-9 state qualifier last year. And you can see the aggressiveness of Moorhead coming out. We thought Wilmer was aggressive. Now we're seeing it step up on the Moorhead side.
Love to see aggressive wrestling. Just when we say that, Wilmer's Fagerly making it kind of an interesting position here. Ellingsberg staying true to his leg ride, popped his hip up off the mat. very long length. He reached over and hooked that cradle up, and it looked tight for a minute. Referee holding 2 back points.
Near fall 2 brings it score 4-0 with 1 minute remaining in the first period. And man, as impressed as we were with Wilmer, you got a Moorhead Spuds seem like they're shot out of a cannon right now. Fagerly gets the escape on the release, 4-1. 45 seconds remain here, and right back in on the action.
Not wasting any time here. That Ellensburg, multiple attacks here, just so long. He's able to hang into some of those positions just a little bit longer.
Filling up the score sheet right away in the first period. 20 seconds remain. 8-2 lead on our United Community Bank scoreboard. And this 114-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Central Market in locations in Perham and Detroit Lakes, and Great Clips. I think we're going to ride this one out to the end of the period here. 8-2 lead for Ellensburg. 10th grader, 28-9, state qualifier last year. Fagerly to the down position. Nice wrist ride here, trying to roll that wrist out. It escapes. Minute 40 remaining. Second period. Still 8-2. Favor of Ellensburg.
You could almost describe Ellensburg ride as suffocating. You know, he's so long, he just drapes around you, and
boy,
no matter what,
you could see him baiting that in, hey, turn into me, and almost had some back points there, and now still does not.
Fagerly doing a good job of just kind of riding the tide. Now he's got an opportunity to work his way out here. His coaches are yelling, get your one, get your escape. It may not seem like it, but Ellensburg's still in control here if they were to call a stalemate.
Ellensburg, great job back to his feet. Tough thing to do, trying to recapture control, and he does just that. Impressive by this young man.
All that for no points. 40 seconds left here in the second period. Ellenberg still working that wrist ride. You can see he's really controlling the hips with his own hips, getting out to the side so he doesn't get a stall call. 20 seconds remaining here.
I'd like to thank Frontier Airlines. Visit flyfrontier.com today to learn about the Go Wild Pass and Lock-in one-way flights in and out of both Fargo and Minneapolis for as low as $15. Well, tilt action coming back this way after no points awarded, so we'll go into period number 3, 8-2 in favor of Ellensburg. Again, you talked about this ride. It's of both squads this tonight, Jesse, and I think sometimes when you head towards especially when you hit that state tournament, I know the difference between even going sections to state, you have to be able to ride out your opponent and just wear them down, and it's such a good skill, and here's an escape by Ellensburg.
Yeah, 1 point could be the difference in the entire match, and you see a lot of those good teams, a lot of those good wrestlers know exactly what they need to do to win, and sometimes 1 point's a difference. Ellensburg with a nice takedown again here. He's gone to 3 or 4 different attacks here. Definitely kept Fagerly kind of on his heels a little bit. He's going surfboard attempt out of that arm bar here.
50 seconds remain. 11-2, so major decision in check right now for Ellingsburg. Again, he's trying to walk this over. 30 seconds remain. He does have time. Nice fight off here.
Wonder if he'll try to put his knees together and stack him the other way since he's pressuring so hard back.
Again, we get a stalemate. 17.9 seconds remain on your United Community Bank scoreboard, and it's always interesting to watch that and watch the wrestlers drag their arms after being in that position for a long time, and then just try to get everything back to feeling good again. We're down to 5 seconds remaining. It looks like we'll go in 11-2 for the victory, and a major decision is didn't stop through the whistle, and you gotta love that. Takes our United Community Bank scoreboard to 10-0 in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. We are going to head into the 121-pound matchup right now. So we have Wyatt Cruz, a 9th grader, 14-16 on the season for the Wilmer Cardinals. And we have Michael Jenkins, a junior, 29-14, also a state qualifier. So again, you look at those usually really quality wrestlers travel in pairs, Jesse.
Yeah, you see it in the Wilmer lineup too with the kind of the run of Carlsons there. I think of our own squad with a couple pretty good wrestlers stacked up next to each other. It's usually the way of the road when you get good practice partners.
This 121-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by New Horizons Realty and Dakota Fins and Feathers.
Kind of in an odd position there. Got a takedown and some back points for Jenkins. And he goes right to work on top.
And got himself out of harm's way. Could have been a dangerous situation as we're under a minute here. Looking to lock up that cradle. Speaking of Dakota Fins and Feathers, if you love hunting and fishing, then you'll love Dakota Fins and Feathers on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today. Again, a little lull in the action here. 30 seconds remaining. Still 4-0 on the scoreboard in favor of Jenkins. And then 10-0 on the United Community Bank scoreboard in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. And their lower weights are really impressive. And we talked about that earlier, Jesse. It kind of takes the wind out of your sails if you don't get on the board early, and it looks like the Spuds are trying to really tally on the points early on the go here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it firsthand. Once Wilmer gets rolling, it's tough to get them, kind of derailed off the track. So Morehead probably being a familiar foe with these guys, but curious to see if we'll see some jockeying of the lineups later on.
You know you're going to give up some points in the middle of this lineup to Wilmer when you hit Inez Carlson. There's no doubt about it. So it's one of those things that, you got to build this lead up because you know it's gonna shade away at some point here. We're off into the second period here. Again, we'd like to thank Great Clips. Download the Great Clips app from the App Store to find the location nearest you today. We're still in the 121-pound matchup between Cruz and Jenkins.
Jenkins kind of slowing down his pace from how he started. Kind of started the match, shot out of a cannon. Cruz looking like he's kind of settling in a little bit.
And just
again, there it is.
When we want action, Jesse, we're just going to have you call the opposite, and then we're going to roll with it. But takedown there makes it 6-0 in favor of Jenkins over Cruz. Again, I would imagine Cruz is a tough customer, but I would imagine they are looking for bonus points here if they can get it. Just like what we talked about, you're going to run into some really tough customers coming up here from the Wilmer Cardinals.
Tell you what, the way this Jenkins wrestles on top and what we saw at Ellingsburg last match, with these two in the room, I wonder if anybody ever gets an escape.
Exactly. Again, we got a little potentially dangerous. We haven't had much for blood timeouts. Thank goodness for that, and not many potentially dangerous. And once in a while you take that risk, but I really believe good wrestling, you stay out of those sorts of things because it's so controlled, and I've seen that out of all three teams tonight.
Well, it's been a huge emphasis at the state level the last few years, just kind of protecting the wrestlers, and we've seen rule changes in other sports like football as well. Sports are ever evolving.
And I think it's a good thing, as much as sometimes we'd like to see, it's easy to talk about the good old days and this could have happened and that. It's good to see things that benefit kids, and we're down to the last 10 seconds here, still 6-0 in favor of Jenkins over Cruz. We'd like to thank you for joining along on Magnitude Sports Network with us tonight. We're in the second of 3 in the triangular tonight. Right now, we currently have the Moorhead Spuds dueling with the Wilmer Cardinals. To follow will be the nightcap, and the following the final presentation of the night will have these Moorhead Spuds versus the Perham Yellow Jackets. A little bit of action happening here, but kind of staying true to what they're doing. Minute 25 remaining on the United Community Bank score clock, and we get a stall call.
Yeah, Cruz kind of willing that stall call to happen. Definitely putting a good ride on Jenkins here in the third period. I'm sure if I'm the Moorhead Spuds coaching staff, I'm saying get going, try to get one extra point here for the team. Just as we say that, Jenkins with a reversal once again.
Well, and one of the things that we should bring up, Jesse, is this is a little bit even more than when the Yellow Jackets are wrestling these two. These have implications for individual sections as well. If you can walk in and you've beat common opponents or you've had a head-to-head, it might bump you out of a 4 seed into a 2-3 or that sort of situation. So I think there's a lot on the line right now, and both squads are wrestling that way.
Yeah, definitely. The head-to-head matchups are king when it comes to seeding a tournament, and I doubt if we'll see any people shying away from each other between these two guys. Jenkins with a nice attempt here as we get down to about 10 seconds. Holding on for that major decision as of right now, but he's getting a little bit high. If Cruz could peek out, he could looks like Jenkins is sinking it in there at the buzzer.
And he's going to hold on to a major 8-0 decision. Adds 4 more points onto the scoreboard for the Moorhead Spuds. They now lead 14-0 on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Waiting for the 127-pounders to come out.
Both of these two coming shot right out of a cannon, it seems like.
I'm trying to write down names and catch this. Little bit of a switch up. From the beginning, we had Mars the first round. Now Kaler coming out, and Kaler did a great job in his match as well against the Yellow Jackets. And so Isaac Kaler coming out for Wilmer, and we have Dalton Hemenick, a 9th grader, 20-10 on the season, and he gets the takedown. Hemenick with an early takedown for the Spuds.
Hemenick right to an armbar situation here. Buries a half on the other side. He's got it pretty deep.
Again, this 127-pound match brought to you commercial-free by Perham Chamber of Commerce and Budget Blinds. And this one is looking like it might not last as long as I thought it would, but boy, Moorhead Spuds come out, and as good as Wilmer looked early against the Yellow Jackets, if you're the Yellow Jackets, you're probably doing a little scouting here, thinking about what you're going to do in matchups as you go into Morehead, as they're wrestling really well right now. 3 points being held by the official. So we're going to have at the very least 5-0 as the score. Kaler keeps trying to wrap that leg around, trying to give him some leverage as we're cinching it up. We're down to 10 seconds remaining here. Looking for the fall is Hemenick, putting some serious pressure on here. Kaler wraps that leg around again. 2, 1, and he holds off, so that near fall will be awarded right now. Makes it 5-0 going into the second. Defer, and Kaler takes down. Kind of an interesting call there. A lot of the damage was done by Hemenick in this up position as he comes with from the left field, a crossface right into kind of tilting over, not getting any points. Didn't break that 45-degree plane, but right back into it. Boy.
Running the Butcher right over the top there. He must have that crossface pretty tight, because
our number one Butcher fan isn't probably able to watch tonight as he's doing some coaching of his own, but we'll throw a little shout out in case he goes back to listen to us. But nice work, as this is some really good chain wrestling here, up 8-0 and adding on.
Ooh, that's tight. Double arm bar by Hemenick. There it should be. Wow, flipped completely around into a headlock. Folding the arms over the face makes it kind of tough to breathe down there. That's tight.
Boy, that's tight right now.
Minute left, we got an eternity, and there's the fall.
Hemenick, Jesse, a 9th grader, now 21-10 on the season. And wow, he came and threw his name in to the wrestler of the match, brought to you by J&L Nutrition in the backyard.
Yeah, Moorhead Spuds have a couple nice-looking young guys here early in their lineup, but just as we say that, here comes Maris, and we talked about how impressive he was in the match against the Yellow Jackets. We'll be curious to see if he can continue this.
Maybe put a little pressure on him, naming him the early wrestler of the match. Extreme quickness if you have not seen this young man wrestle. Still waiting for the Morehead wrestler. Again, we've had this a couple times. And again, I think there was a little switch around there, as I had on mine Hemenick at 133. So
33 pounds for Wilmer, Ivan Morris. And for Morehead, Owen Morris.
So I believe he said Owen Borus, but I don't even have him on my roster. So if I have that wrong, I apologize right off the bat. Like I said, it's the one tough thing in wrestling. We get the starting five in a basketball game. It's the starting five, but I don't have, unless it's Owen Borrud, I bet. 9th grader, 12-10. He weighed in at 191. Or 121, excuse me. So here we go, some adjustments maybe being made here. We'll see what happens here as we get going. And if we pick up a name, we'll certainly send it your way. But we're going to go with Owen Borrud, a 9th grader, 12-10, against Ivan Morris, a senior. And with the win, I would say he's 13-9, if not better, and he comes out with that first takedown.
From what we've seen, just kind of a typical goal-behind takedown for Morris. He's definitely quick on his feet. We talked about moving guys around in the lineup. This could be something where they're trying to see if what matchups work for section time coming up here, similar to what we saw with the Yellow Jackets and the Dilworth, Glendon, Felton Rebels. We saw completely different lineups than we were anticipating, and sometimes it's all just kind of a test.
It's really one of the nice job here again, and that you see that quickness on that shot. No points awarded yet. He's got to kind of just come around, get that leg free a little bit there. He gets it. No back points awarded though. So we're in the second period, minute 30 to go, 4-0 lead here. I know if you're Wilmer, you're going to want to get yourself on the board here sooner than later. This 133-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by Lakes Area Co-op and Lakes Ace Area Hardware, who brings us our starting lineups. And since it's been so tough, we'll just mention them a couple times as we get an escape by Borrud.
Yeah, Borrud doing a good job controlling hands. Basically walk out when you got both of his hands in yours.
Under 45 seconds remaining here. Wilmer with the neither wrestler really in an advantage position right now. About as vocal as I've heard the coaching staffs tonight. You can sense Wilmer's needing this one, and they're looking for more than just a regular decision. So again, I think they're encouraging their wrestler, Mr. Mars, to go after it, kind of like he did against the Yellow Jackets. He was on the legs repeatedly, but again, a little bit different wrestler here. Long body for Mr. Borrud from Moorhead, and here we're going to get two. Looking right to his back. He got the two.
He got the two at the buzzer. You definitely wonder, knowing these teams are in the same section, they've probably seen each other multiple times. Some of these guys multiple years. Just curious, sometimes, as for instance, the Yellow Jackets don't see these teams very often. Sometimes when you know somebody, you can prepare for them a little bit, and it definitely was evident that maybe some of the Yellow Jackets weren't quite, ready for some of these guys they had no scouting report on.
Well, and again, you came off of a long weekend. No excuses there. Wilmer did as well, and Wilmer came out ready. Sometimes just the speed and the different style of wrestling gets to you, and we'll see if the adjustments are made as the Yellow Jackets warm up and they do a few things maybe differently when they go against the Spuds. Nice reversal there.
Nice switch by Morris there.
And again, they're getting close to getting those bonus points that they so badly need right now to kind of shore up the score a little bit. And again, I don't want to play predictor here, but you got to imagine the next 3 to 4 matches should probably favor Wilmer Cardinals as they get going, and there's 2 more.
Did he award those?
I don't think he awarded them.
He still got the arm.
So now I think he has 3 down. He gave them the next. So I think it's still 8-1. Will be 11-1.
Kind of interesting. Coaches right before that told Morris to cut him loose, go for that next takedown, and Morris kind of winked at him and said, give me a minute, and turned him over for 3 back points.
And one of the things that I was impressed with him earlier, and there's I believe they awarded 2. I thought for sure he would get more. It's 10-1. I thought he was dangerous from every position, whether he was in the down position, neutral, or on top. He always seemed to have an answer and is up again 10-1.
Well, you're seeing it right here. I think he's unbelievably strong for this weight class.
Yes.
You know, a lot of guys trying to crank on him, throw him here and there, and he just stays true to what he's doing. Definitely a tough hombre at this weight class.
10-1 decision for Ivan Morris, and that brings the scoreboard to 20-4 in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. Interesting to see what Wilmer does here with some of their aces in the hole. It's like bringing out closers one after another, and not saying there's not going to be matchups for the Moorhead Spuds, because they definitely have some wrestlers coming in here, but boy, the advantage has to be coming now to the Willmar Cardinals.
Looks like Wilmer's showing Kevin Carlson here.
So we have, for the Willmar Cardinals, Kevin Carlson, number 5 in the state of Minnesota by the last Guillotine rankings. He's a 10th grader, 29-4 is his record. He is taking on, from the Moorhead Spuds, Croy Mongo, a 9th grader, 29-7. So again, records in basketball, a lot of times you look at records. I think you can at wrestling. These are going to be two good wrestlers, and we've seen it already. A 0-0, 30-some seconds here, and Carlson gets a takedown.
Yeah, Carlson just adamant toward that single leg. Both attempts have been to that same leg. Worked his way around and a go behind from there. Here he is again, head in the hole. Beautiful go behind again. Right into a tilt. Again, these Willmar Cardinals do a really good job of just one thing to the next. They don't let the bottom man prepare. Carlson's got to be a little careful there as he's getting kind of close to being on his back. 3-point near fall in that tilt.
45 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. 7-1 now in favor of Carlson. And those tilts are one of those, as I was a novice dad, telling my boys, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Because it seems like the worst position you'd want to put yourself in. But you can probably explain, Jesse, there's a lot more control there than one would think as the cradle slaps in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's those guys who are really good tilters. They can run up that scoreboard in a hurry. You think different styles of wrestling. High school wrestling in Minnesota is folk style, and you get into some freestyle wrestling here too, where all you need to do is expose the shoulders for 3 points.
So a 10-1 lead after one here for Carlson, and he chooses the down position. Carlson does. Again, this is probably bonus points alley if you're a Willmar Cardinal fan. You're going to want them to rack up some bonus points, and if not narrow the gap, maybe take the lead. Again, nice action by both wrestlers here as they go off the mat. One escape for Carlson. Two takedown for Carlson. And again, we're 13-1, heading our way into what is looking like a tech fall coming this way. And so if you're Carlson, again, you're only in the second period. I don't think you need to rush things. Looking to lock up maybe a cradle here as we get rolling. Again, nice fight off here. Minute remaining here as we get going. Second period, 20-4 on our United Community Bank scoreboard. Carlson leading 13-1. Again, just working feverishly to get those next 3 points and putting that tech fall on the board. If not a fall, There's a stall, so there's 1 point. So now a 2-pointer will give that Tech fall in the 5 points and really cut that scoreboard in half. $30 remain here at the 139-pound weight class. This 139-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and United Community Bank, and we're getting those points right now, and this is going to lead to that Tech fall. If not fall, 7 seconds remaining here on the United Community Bank scoreboard, and it's tightening up, and there's the fall.
2 seconds left.
2 seconds remaining, just like he knew, and gained that extra point for the Wilmer Cardinals, which now brings your United Community Bank scoreboard to 20-10 in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. But the road's not going to get any easier right now for Spuds fans. We're going to head into the 145-pound match. Josh Beach coming out for Moorhead. Josh Beach is a 9th grader with a 1-on-20 record. He is going to go against Conlon Carlson, a junior with 31-4 record at minimum, a junior rated number 3 by the Guillotine. And so again, this is where this scoreboard should tighten up if you are a Wilmer Cardinal fan, and if you're the Moorhead Spuds, you're kind of doing the old REO Speedwagon, riding the storm out right now.
No doubt.
This 145-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Joel Foltz Construction and Reuter Family Dentistry.
Kind of a wrist roll attempt here. Nicely done by Carlson. That's a college-level move that takes unbelievable technique there.
And there's the fall in 52 seconds. And again, now all of a sudden what looked like a dreary spot for Wilmer is now 20-16 on our scoreboard and tightening it up. And they're not to the end of their run here, I don't believe.
Nope, because here comes Inez.
Bridger Mongo, a captain, a senior, 18-15. Mongo, again, is a captain this year. Inez comes into tonight. Again, our records are a little off. I could only find up to a certain point, but he is a junior, ranked number 9 in the latest Guillotine, and we know he's at least 26-4 on the season, and he is one tough customer, and this is going to be a good one. Jason Groth always says, Jesse, it comes down to bonus points, and we're seeing his words in action right now, as it looked a little desperate for the Wilmer Cardinals, and now all of a sudden they could be leading after this one.
Yeah, it's the beauty of wrestling. We in a blink of an eye here, we're right back down to a neck-and-neck match.
Thank you to Nias Family Sales and EOT Insurance for bringing you this commercial-free 152-pound match.
Inez doing a good job with that ball and chain ride, going for a tilt here. Looks like we got a little blood.
We have our first Perham Health blood timeout. And again, it'll give us a little chance to kind of catch our breath here, but also talk about what's happening tonight. Stay on this same stream. Morehead Spuds versus Perham Yellow Jackets in our nightcap. A lot of times we'll have to see what happens. If JV portion is done, the lights will go down and it kind of becomes the center stage. Kind of a neat venue. Love to see what the new mat looks like underneath the lights here. But a great night of wrestling. Again, both of these schools in 8-3A. So a lot of things on the line here tonight. Probably matchups as far as individual seeding, looking at team seeding where they could match up. I know Bemidji has a formidable team. Brainerd's up there at the top. So these two are two of the top 4 teams in 8-3A, and the Yellow Jackets come in 8-2A. And again, they're looking for their opportunity to also get into deep into a playoff run and maybe punch their ticket to the state tournament. So great night of wrestling here as we get another one of those tilts in. We saw them early and often. And again, they gave 2.
Inez doing a good job going to work on that. He went to kind of that ball and chain right away, and then he went back to that cross wrist 2-on-1 tilt.
20 seconds remain. Down to 8. Again, one of the things we talked about, and we saw it early and often by the Moorhead Spuds, and now we're seeing it again out of the Wilmer Cardinals, is wrestling through the whistle. And I think that's one of those mindset things that you work on in the room. There's some really good things that you work on in the room, and we talk about the basics, single leg, how to get out of this, how to defend that. But I think that mindset of running through a whole period is one of the big things that probably doesn't get talked about a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's natural if you make it natural. You know, you practice it all the time. If you do it in the room, you're going to do it in the match. And it's not something that you can just tell somebody to do and have them do. It needs to be practiced.
Stall call there on Mongo. His first stall call, so 6-0 here in favor of Inez. And again, I know the Cardinals are looking bonus points, and it's looking that way because it seems like this match has been under control. But if you look back into our last match, Logan Gook looked like he was controlled for most of the match from Perham, and all of a sudden you get one flip turn or a headlock, and that changes in a hurry. But we've got some more back points coming the way of the Cardinals.
There he got a 5 count on this last one. Again, just a nice job by Inez sticking to that, going to different latches and hooks to see how can I get that a little tighter to make sure my back points get all the way to a 5 count.
And one of the things I think, Jesse, as we see a lot from their wrestlers, we're seeing a lot of those tilts, which makes me believe, not that they're not working on it in their room, but they probably do a lot of freestyle in the off season.
For sure. There's a deep half buried by Inez, and he just kind of puts a nail in the coffin at the end there.
And again, just like that 20-point lead just gets wiped out, and it's now 22-20 in favor of the Wilmer Cardinals heading into a 160-pound match. And it's been one of the interesting matches, and one of the things we've always talked about is where's your stopper come from? Who's the person who's going to step up for Moorhead now and go, I'm going to take control of this and get us back in the winner's column?
Well, for Morehead, nobody like one of your senior captains. We've heard the Ellingsburg name tonight already. Lee Ellingsburg, 24-10 for Morehead, one of their captains. He's a senior.
And again, we saw earlier, I don't know, maybe we'll see him yet, but we saw Cameron Champagne get kind of had that injury time out. We don't want to assume anything. Colton Lehman, the trainer, came out, looked at him. They pulled him from the last one. Little different matchup here now, a little bit different running through the middle of this lineup for the Wilmer Cardinals, and that might be the reason he might be sitting out tonight. And so we're seeing different kids in different situations, but both of these guys are quality wrestlers, and we watched Zalea wrestle earlier, and his record doesn't show what he could really do. He's 2-2 a senior, and you had talked about Ellingsburg, and we already had. You're starting to see common names, and I always think that's awesome in the sport of wrestling when families get together and this happens. It usually bodes well for good things to come for that program.
It's interesting too. Sometimes, I don't know how it compares, but you got to think some of those little brothers have to be some pretty tough cats dealing with older brother beating on him all the time.
Exactly. Ellingsburg with the takedown. Gives a 2-0 lead. 30 seconds remain on your United Community Bank score clock. I'd like to thank Budget Blinds for their pregame show and kind of pregame shows as we get going, and there's a reversal. Under 20 seconds remain here, 2-2. Both wrestlers working extremely hard. 10 seconds remain with the escape there by Ellingsburg, makes it 3-2 in his favor. Time ticking down, heading to the second period. I'd also like to thank Lakes Ace Hardware. Tough to give starting lineups when there's so much jockeying going around, but each time one wrestler comes to the mat, we want to thank Lakes Ace Hardware. Get your favorite Benjamin Moore and Magnolia paint colors, or color match any color today at Lakes Ace Hardware in downtown Perham. Escape for Zalea. Makes it 3-3 as we get rolling here into the second period. 1:40 remaining. Again, great matchup here, and maybe one we thought might favor the Moorhead Spuds, but Zalea really following suit to what kind of like a layout cut pattern for the Wilmer Cardinals of when they're successful, and he's doing those things right now.
Yeah, and you think back, I mean, we've seen the Carlson boys and Inez. I'm sure that's who he's practicing with every day, so he's seeing some of the best in the state of Minnesota every day in the room.
Exactly. Nice shot. Double kind of switched to a single. A nice job. Both wrestlers kind of fending it off, but here sticking with it is Ellingsburg. He gets the 2-point takedown. Now leading 5-3. Under 50 seconds remain in the second period. Again, good matchup here. Good matchup here for both squads. And again, one of those you could see in maybe a section semifinal type situation. And that's what this is meant to be, is to get you ready, because we're going to turn the page really shortly. And all these teams are going to be at section playoff time. And nothing more fun than to watch good wrestling when it comes to section and then on to state. 10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, got a swipe on the edge there. Looks like they're going to go off the mat with 0.4 seconds left.
Always love when it's, you know, the official's into the match too when he's not going, well, we're going to play this out for the 0.4. So 5-3 lead for Ellingsburg heading into the third period. He's going to go to the down position, trying to add to his lead, get away from that 2-point lead, make it a 3-point lead. Quick stand up here into a switch, looking for more, and he gets the reversal into 2.
Right to a Turk step opportunity here. You're going to see him elevate and claw that chin. There he's getting back points. If he can turn that chin over toward the shoulder blade, a lot of times you can even work this into a fall.
Again, such an awkward position, and nice job here by Zalea fighting out of that, because a lot of times that's a tough one to get out of. Still in the same hold. That's why the official's holding. There he awards the 3. Makes it 10-3. Again, now it flips back to that bonus points the other way. We're minute remaining. Getting that next, I don't know. I always think about a minute. I'd like to start cutting and go to takedowns, but I think Ellingsburg's feeling pretty good with these tilts.
I was going to say, he's got an opportunity here. Zalea's got to be careful not to turn into him too much.
Boy, he's being real physical on top. I hope you can see it from the angle at home. I've got like the picture-perfect angle of how much pressure he's now putting on Zelaya, and Zelaya's just really fighting, but there he grabs into just what you had said. Don't turn in too tight. There's one swipe.
There he's got a 2
and then
count.
20 seconds remain, and this would be some big bonus points
He's going to
for
try
the
to
Moorhead
climb
Spuds.
up here right at the end to see if he can get the fall.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, went a little too aggressive with it. 3-point near fall awarded. He's got to kind of ride this out here.
5 seconds remaining, and he's going to do just that. So 13-3 win for the Moorhead Spuds. And Lee Ellingsburg runs his record to 25-10, and more importantly, puts Moorhead back up on your United Community Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, we talked about it. You kind of had to stop the bleeding there, and we'll see if they can carry this momentum into the upper weights.
Again, we're heading into the 172-pound match. I apologize. We're waiting for the announcer to find out. I think there must be some changes here. I think we'll get it to you quickly. And those of you at home probably know who these two are and are waiting to tell us. But again, 24-22 on the scoreboard in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. 172-pound match, and this is a good one. Potentially dangerous, breaks up that hold. Again, nice action off the mat. You always kind of, mats are never big enough, and you kind of hate to see that go off the mat, but it looks like no harm done there. Caution here on red.
Wilmer wrestler's got to be a little careful here. Got a little too high, and the Moorhead wrestler kind of snuck out the back for a reversal.
Again, I apologize if I missed it. I don't think they ever announced who these wrestlers were. I could make a guess, but that would just be a guess. There we have an escape for making it 2-1, or 3-2, excuse me. Ooh, we got to watch that knee. We got potentially dangerous there.
Some people they bend in different ways.
I know I don't bend that way.
My knee would be laying on the mat right now. Nice misdirection shot there by the Wilmer wrestler. Again, this is where we've seen them excel trying to work his way to a 2-point takedown. They not only get to the shot, they run their feet to it and get that takedown.
I think this, for Wilmer, I believe, is Will Chavez, 12th grader. I had him at 0-2 on the season. We get one of the two. I'll keep listening here.
Got both boots in now. Trying to go power half here. It's a lot of pressure on the bottom guy.
With a 5-2 lead, it's a good time to take some time off the clock, too, as you're going.
Oofta, that's a lot of pressure.
Ooh, reversal?
Very wiry move by the bottom man there. Ended up in a headlock, and this is tight for Morehead.
And there's the fall.
Oh. Almost took the ref out in action.
And we finally get a name, Ron Edu, a captain, 12th grader, 11-2. We got to give him a little shout out as he gets the fall, and that's a huge one for Moorhead heading into 189 pounds, putting some pressure on Wilmer here as they're now up 30-22. I believe they said Sky Hansen. I think I don't have him on a. And for Morehead, David Krabenhoff, a 12th grader, 11-12. He is also a captain. So you got to be thinking there's been some switches going on here, and Morehead's really hoping to gather up as we have 3 weight classes to go. So a victory here puts it really, really in the favor of Morehead Spuds. And whoa, there was a headlock just off the mat, and we were going to see some high action happening here.
Yeah, and I can't help but look ahead and see that Moorhead's got a state qualifier coming back at heavyweight. So it's always nice to have that security blanket on top.
Right.
With that being said, we know with any heavyweight match, anything can happen.
Yeah, this could be a fun one down to the end here, and you got to really think Moorhead came in here to really wrestle, especially after sitting in the stands and watching what Wilmer did to the Perham Yellow Jackets. They didn't take any of that to heart. They just came out here and went right at Wilmer and kind of maybe caught Wilmer off guard a little bit. It's always hard to know how it is when you're wrestling the second, and there's another.
Beautifully set up there. He faked one way and went the other way. We used to call that the old shake and bake. Doesn't look like he's going to pin him here. Oh, there he reset himself. He's got to get back up on top a little bit.
So on our sister station on Magnitude Sports, as we're getting down to the 5 seconds on this, Mike Mason had the call on wrestling over there. Full that Perham fans, if you're listening, DGF beats Crookston 66-9. So DGF stays on the run that they've been on, and they also defeat Barnesville 57-13. So DGF rolling up some scores in 8AA as well. So again, back to this one, 30-22. Even a regular decision here really puts some pressure on the Wilmer Cardinals, as they'd be up 11, needing 2 pins to win. And that's, there's one thing to get a pin, there's another thing that you got to go out and get a pin. 2 separate type of animals there, and how you can get them.
Can't look away from this match because the way these guys are tying up, you know there's going to be some more high flying. Can't help it.
Game of throws right here, and who's going to get thrown and who's not. Minute 15 remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. This 189-pound match is brought to you commercial-free by Kalen Family Brands tonight. Again, Moorhead looking for a stall call, is kind of backing off the mat, and you got to love the pressure that Krabenhoff's putting on right now. He's a senior, 11 and 12, and a captain, and doing what a captain should do, kind of smelling that victory and wanting to be the one who says, hey, I got us there. I put that final nail in, and so good action happening here. Under 40 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. 5-0 is the lead, so to get that bonus point, making it a 12-point, he would need to get another takedown here and hold on. There's still another period to go, though.
Ooh, nice shot attempt there by Wilmer wrestler. Just didn't quite commit to it.
Under 20 seconds remaining. Again, like you said, Jesse, it's hard to look away because you just don't know what's going to be happening here. Into the third period we go, still 6-0 lead. So again, Grabenhoff definitely looking for that takedown in some way, and the action has slowed down. They came out fast and furious, and we were throwing left and right, and now all of a sudden we've kind of slowed down back into the action of some of the upper weights. So I would guess at that minute mark, they'll have a little rest in them here, and we'll see another flurry coming from one way or another.
Grabenhoff doing a good job, knowing that he's got 2 stall calls already on his opponent, just working forward, okay, taking territory, keeping the inside ties, not getting anywhere where he's going to be in any trouble.
And again, that little circle in might
save him.
Might save Hansen there as we get going. And again, off the mat, 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining. Ooh, quick shot off the whistle. Ooh, almost into that throw, and here we are. And then they back out of it. But
probably a smart move there. We don't need it right now.
50 seconds remaining here on your United Community Bank score clock. And again, getting that takedown would be huge for the Spuds, but now we've got Hansen in on a shot. Doing just enough, Jesse, just to get to that leg to get a restart and stay away from that stall call.
You've noticed anytime there's been a close attempt, Grabenhoff at the edge of the mat, knowing where he can stay out of trouble.
30 seconds down to the final 30 seconds, and it's one thing, it's that catch-22 here. You don't want to be thrown.
Oof.
So again, it goes to that edge of the mat where they feel more secure. You don't want something wrong to happen here, because at the very least you're putting a ton of pressure. The Moorhead Spuds will be putting a ton of pressure on the Wilmer Cardinals, even just with a regular decision here.
There's a stall call with under 10 seconds left. Might be too little too late for Grabenhoff to look for a major unless, shot off the whistle attempt. Here we go, 2 seconds. Oh, saved by the buzzer. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm just going to say final score 7-0. So again, it's still in shooting distance for Wilmer. That's going to give them 11-point lead, 2 to go. So in theory, there's still a shot with even a tie at Tech Fall. We'd have to look back at the amount of wins. But we head into the 215-pound match. We have Ramiro Trevino, senior, 14 and 9 on the season, against Genesis Camara, a 10th grader, 12 and 15. So maybe a little toss-up match here by these two. But again, it's going to go down. It always seems, and Jesse, you've been there, that the heavyweights are going to fit in there somewhere where it's going to come down to that match. So takedown by Trevino here.
We saw Trevino have some good shot attempts against Hudson Hackle in the first match. He didn't stop his offense the whole match. He kept going, so we know what kind of wrestler he is.
Exactly, and this is a good matchup here. And again, you got to be thinking you're a little on the edge of your seat if you're the Moorhead Spuds. I don't want to say that this is an upset, but if you look at peer rankings, Wilmer came in the guillotine ranked number 10. This would be an upset, and this is opening the eyes of 8-3A Again, I don't know the situation. I think that Wilmer has a couple kids that are out tonight, and I don't know about Moorhead. But again, that can make a difference, especially with the quality of a wrestler like Steven Cruz, a number 5 in Section 8, well, in the state in 3A. So again, really a good night here for both squads. But you got to hand it. Morehead Spuds set the tone early, and it kind of has carried them through to this point.
Yeah, and they stopped the bleeding after that nice run of wrestlers for Wilmer, and they got a big upset win there where they weren't winning and they turned around and got the fall. That might be the difference here.
Second takedown here by Trevino. They were looking for that quick half, that takedown into a half. Time runs out, 4-1. Trevino with the win. Again, that tightens up that stranglehold a little bit on that score clock. Again, the defer, they're going to both go up, and not surprising, Trevino seems really good on his feet, and he just is kind of walking around real confident right now, and the most dangerous wrestler is a confident wrestler.
Yeah, he's getting Kamara to reach a lot. Anytime you can get a guy to reach, it definitely creates some space for the legs, and that's what Trevino's looking for.
Again, stick with this same stream. We're going to come back with Moorhead Moorhead Spuds versus the Perham Yellow Jackets. The Perham wrestlers are warming up right now in the wrestling room. And
here we go.
Here we go. We have another takedown.
It's tight.
Near fall, and he's looking for more, and there it is, the pin by Trevino.
Just like you wrote the script, Lance.
You can't make this much better than what it is. 33-28. A pin by Wilmer wins it for them. Any decision for Moorhead brings it in, and we talked about Donnellan, a longer wrestler, 11th grader, 6 and 8 on the season, and Jake Erdman. Jake Erdman's a senior, 14 and 5, a captain, state qualifier. So you have to think advantage Spuds. They were looking for that takedown early as it was a touchdown, and it had to have been close, not called by the official.
This Erdman is a big dude for Moorhead. Definitely a bigger heavyweight. Donnellan has some length, but definitely the size and strength so far is going to Erdman. Doing a good job in his bear hug position here. Both guys kind of fiddling for position. You can just see the pure strength by Erdman there.
Right, and he gets that takedown, and with every point that goes on the board here and the time ticks down, you can kind of sense the Moorhead wrestlers further and further to the edge of their seat, knowing what this means for them, and then they got to come back and wrestle though. So you can't get too high. That's the unique thing about wrestling. You can't get too high or too low, and we're in a dangerous position right here.
And this is probably going to be it.
And there's the fall by Erdman, and Erdman wraps up that one on the scoreboard. Final score 39-28 in favor of the Moorhead Spuds over the Wilmer Cardinals. We're going to step away. We're going to do a few changes, step away for a commercial break here. We'll come back and kind of wrap this up and get ready for Perham versus Moorhead Spuds. We'll be right back.
For over 30 years, Budget Blinds, based out of Detroit Lakes, has been serving Perham, Fergus Falls, Park Rapids, and the surrounding area. Whether you need blinds, shutters, or drapes, check out the entire inventory online at budgetblinds.com. Budget Blinds is backed by the #1 provider for window coverings in North America and is your local window coverings expert. Visit them online today, budgetblinds.com, or give them a call at 218-206-9599. That's 218-206-9599 and online at budgetblinds.com.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. With expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware. You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, you know, we all get along just well. It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Ray's Sport and Marine in Perham has you covered for all your recreational needs. Ray's carries a large inventory of Lund boats, Bennington pontoons, plus Viaggio pontoons. They also carry the Yamaha line of ATVs and UTVs, as well as the full line of Honda Power Sports. Stop in and check out all of what Ray's Sport and Marine has to offer. Good luck to all Perham athletes, and go Yellow Jackets!
Reuter Family Dentistry, with locations in Perham and Wadena, welcomes new patients. Come meet the friendly and professional team and experience for yourself what it is patients love about Reuter Family Dentistry.
You know, Dr. Reuter is just so kind and inviting, and she's very proactive, and she has instilled it in her staff to be so friendly and inviting also, and that just makes it a wonderful experience.
River's Edge Cabinetry loves their customers, and customers like Emily love them right back. She says, I've seen a lot of cabinets in my 16 years of real estate sales and appraising, and the quality of River's Edge Cabinetry is right there with the best. Jen says working with them was great because they took care of everything. I really like their style, attention to detail, and being able to see 3D drawings up front. Call 218-346-0127 or visit the website today, riversedgecabinetry.com, turning your vision into reality.
One of our core values at United Community Bank is reinvesting in the communities we serve. I personally take great pride in this, as I'm a fifth generation in our family here at United Community Bank. We've been here for over 100 years. We take a great sense of pride in sort of that reciprocal relationship we have with our community, that, you know, we need our community members and they need us, and we love giving back and reinvesting.
1 in 5 high school students use e-cigarettes or vapes. Some of them, like Juul, are so slim and sleek that they look like a flash drive. That's why e-cigarettes and vapes are so appealing to kids. There are more than 7,000 flavors and they're sold where kids shop, online and in convenience stores. Most e-cigarettes contain nicotine, which is highly addictive and can harm brain development as teens grow. No amount of nicotine is safe for youth. Like it or not, we are a target. This message is brought to you by the Minnesota Department of Health.
Well, welcome back into the Hive here as we're getting ready for the final nightcap here as we're finishing up some JV matches. I would imagine kind of in tradition, the lights are going to go out. We'll have the focus on the mat. They'll make it really difficult for us to see up here, so you'll have to forgive us if we goof up a few things. But what a great matchup we've had. We started out tonight, Wilmer defeating Perham. Wilmer kind of just came out and threw their self into the mix as we're on the EOT post-game show. And then we just finally finished up and we saw, and I don't think the lights are going to go down. I think they're kind of going to get things rolling here. So we saw Moorhead come out, really jump on board really early and just did a great job, and they defeated Wilmer Cardinals in a little bit of an upset. And we'll just, right away, I'm just going to throw out the J&L Nutrition backyard wrestler of the match. I'm going to give it to David Krabenhoff. They needed a big win out of the senior. They got it. He did what he was supposed to do as a captain, and thus just a great job and a great victory. So now they there's not much time to go celebrate. Here we go right back onto the mat. We're going to have the Perham Yellow Jackets. So this is kind of your budget blinds pregame show, EOT postgame show, all wrapped into one. So the Yellow Jackets are coming in 11-9 on the season. No one ranked right now. They slipped out of the lean and mean rankings. We've got Moorhead with that victory. Now they're 11-10. They're in 8-3A. Yellow Jackets in 8-2A. Been a battle. Been a traditional. This has been kind of the end of the year, beginning of the year match for the Yellow Jackets and Spuds for a long, long time.
Yeah, for sure, and it's definitely great for the Yellow Jackets to have another 3A school here. With 3A competition just comes more quality, people at your school with enrollment being higher. So it's good for the Yellow Jackets to get another good opportunity at a good match here as we head into February and toward the end of the season. Again,
we've got a lot of great sponsors that are bringing this commercial free to you tonight. Budget Blinds, Lakes Ace Hardware, KLN Family Brands, Ray Sport Marine, Reuter Family Dentistry, Joe Foltz Construction, Interiors by Winkles, River's Edge Cabinetry, United Community Bank, Perham Health, and many more. So Wegscheid coming out for the Yellow Jackets. Wegscheid a sophomore, 17-14 on the season. And we saw one tough kid in Rinky come out as a 7th grader, 11-5, and he was like a little dynamo, but Drez has got some length on him on this one, Jesse.
For sure, definitely right away you're seeing these two tie up. There Drez is in on a single leg, trying to come out the back, see if he can keep his ankles clean here. Good job by Dresden to collect that 2-point takedown.
So nice job by Dresden. And one way to slow down a dynamo is get right in on the legs, but escape for Rinky is this might be one of those fun ones, and it might be a last person taken down with the victory. But boy, if you're the Yellow Jackets, you got to stem the tide early, because Morehead Spuds came out against Wilmer and kind of just caught them off guard and went right to it. If you're the Yellow Jackets, I don't think you can afford to do that tonight.
Yeah, so far you're seeing Drez create some kind of uncomfortable tie-ups for Rinky. Definitely not the same energy he came out with before, but again, Drez can't sleep on this kid.
No, and it's one of the things watching Dresden Wegscheid. He's been waiting to be a full 107-pounder for a long time here, and kind of starting to come into his own now as we hit the section time. A little headlock there, but Rinky in a good spot here is doing what you're just told to do, is kind of sit in the chair, and there's the takedown. And now he's got a near side cradle in. Looks like
that way, yep.
Drez does a good job stretching it out. 20 seconds remain on your score clock, but here we're going to get some back points as the official doing a great job of getting around. 10 seconds remaining. Drez has got to stay out of harm's way here because Rinky's settling in right now. Good job by Dresden to belly out. 3 seconds remaining. Near fall for Ranke of 3 gives him a 6-2 lead heading into the second period. Boy, this Ranke for a 7th grader, Jesse, is something else.
He's definitely explosive when he needs to be, and even though he didn't start like last match, he definitely found his opening and capitalized on it.
Ranke takes the down position, and if you didn't hear us the first time, this Ranke's a 7th grader, 11-5. I'd like to see the 5 kids he lost to, because he is really going. Dres getting really high here. You hope that he doesn't slip over the top, or Ranke can get the head, and he does. Curls him under. Stack position coming here. We got near fall. Dres is scooting. And there's the fall. Boy, though, boy, this Ranke just put his name in the hat for the wrestler, the J&L Nutrition backyard wrestler of the match right away in the first bout.
Yeah, that kid is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, again, only a 7th grader, but yet such poise and such explosiveness that's scary to think about.
It is, and we're going to head in that 113-pound, 107-pound matches. I've got so many papers here, Jesse. I got to go through it here.
Dane Ellensburg here, a 10th grader, state qualifier last year for the Moorhead Spuds. You saw him come out last match and wrestle a great match, get bonus points for his team.
We got Bo Bush for the Yellow Jackets. Bush, an 8th grader, 4-14. So on paper, you'd have to say Ellensburg is definitely a favorite in this one, as I'm trying to find all of my sponsor sheets here.
So far, Bo Bush in kind of a front headlock position here. Doing a good job here. Like to see him move a little bit more, keep moving to try to score here.
107-pound match was brought to you commercial-free by Waterfront Recreational and Frontier Airlines. And the pin to win for the win was brought to you by Reuter Family Dentistry. We're now at 114 pounds. Ellensburg-Bush. Ellensburg gets the initial takedown for 2, and some of the same things that we saw, Jesse, as we worked through the first match with Morehead and Wilmer is happening again in this one.
For sure, you can see Ellensburg going right to work on top, burying a deep wrist half here. Bush doing what he can. That's a pretty tight hold there.
This match is brought to you commercial-free by Central Market and Great Clips. And looking for another Reuter Family Dentistry pin for the win is Ellensburg. And there it is. A fall in the first period with 25.5 seconds remaining. So back-to-back pins for the Spuds. Eerily familiar to what happened with them and Wilmer. So Yellow Jackets have to stem the tide here coming up soon. I don't think you wanted, it's okay to dig a hole and it's not that deep. Peyton Trout on the mat for the Yellow Jackets. Trout is a 7th grader, 7-16 on the year. Going against Michael Jenkins. Michael Jenkins was also a state qualifier last year, 11th grader, 30-14 on the year. So again, I don't think the Yellow Jackets are favored in this one as well. You just want to limit those bonus points, as Jason Groth would always tell us, but boy, they're going right at it, the Spuds.
Yeah, Jenkins again, just aggressive on top. He's going right into that cross-face cradle. I think he's got it hooked. Perhaps Trout trying to fight hands underneath. But again, we have a junior here going up against one of Perham's young 7th graders.
He hooked up that cradle. It's tight. Again, pulling him back. It's hard to see here, but there's the fall. I was going to say I don't know if he's going to put him in that situation. But back-to-back-to-back falls, none of them out of the first period, Jesse. has the Yellow Jackets reeling just a little bit. And now we're going to go to 127. That 121-pound match was brought to you by New Horizons Realty and Dakota Fins and Feathers. And the pin was brought to you by Reuter Family Dentistry.
Again, I look for this to be a pretty good match. I'd like to see Ike come out and, get some of his offense going. But as we saw earlier, this Moorhead wrestler is pretty tough.
Interesting move, though, Jesse. This is Bullroot, and he did a good job. Mongu coming up was the 29-7, so they're doing a little flipping around here. Don't know what the Yellow Jackets will do, if Wacker will come out or if it'll be Chandler Mickelson. So things are going to be shaken up here. Not to say, but you would almost think maybe favored Ike Adams in this one. But that being said, I should listen to you more often. This 127-pound match is being brought to you commercial-free by the Perham Chamber of Commerce and Budget Blinds.
And I'll tell you what, these lightweights for the Moorhead Spuds really get to work on top. They get their takedown, and there is no hesitation. They get right into what they want to do, and they are getting after it.
It's such a heavy ride, Jesse. They just don't give you much chance, as we got a stalemate called on this. At this point, Bullroot is a 9th grader, 12-10 on the season. Again, for the Yellow Jackets, we have Ike Adams. Ike Adams is 13-13, a 9th grader, was a state entrant, and gets the reversal right there to even this up with 1 minute to go in the first period.
That's definitely the difference so far. Last match, we didn't see Ike explode off that bottom. Good things happen when you keep fighting off the bottom. Ike putting on a heavy ride of his own here. You can see he's staying up on his toes, putting all his pressure on the bottom man, trying to wear him out here in the last 30 seconds of the period.
.30 seconds remain on the United Community Bank scoreboard. We'd like to thank, here we got a little action and nice belly out there by Bullroot to stay out of harm's way. Lakes Area Co-op, Waterfront Recreational, J&L Nutrition, The Backyard, EOT Insurance, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, Perham Area Chamber, Nias Family Sales and Service. As the wrestlers go out of bounds, they're going to go to the middle. Perham Health, United Community Bank, River's Edge Cabinetry, Interiors by Winkles, Joe Foltz Construction, Reuter Family Dentistry, Ray's Sport and Marine, KLN Family Brands, Lakes Ace Hardware, Budget Blinds, New Horizons Realty, Central Market, Frontier Airlines, Dakota Fins and Feathers, and Great Clips for bringing this ad-free. We don't have to break away, which is awesome because you never know what you're going to miss, especially the way this wrestling's been going tonight.
For sure. Close to a reversal attempt there with under 10 seconds. Ike doing a good job knowing where he's at, going off the mat. He's got to finish the period on top here.
3 seconds remaining, and boy, trying for the escape there was Bullroot, and nice work for him, but Ike stays behind him. Not long enough to go. We're going to go Bullroot in the down position. And I think one of the healthiest things, Jesse, that I've seen is we're still wrestling JV matches as well. Usually that is long done and gone. And it's not like these have been fast triangulars, fast matches in this. We're still wrestling out there, and that's a great sight.
It's awesome to see, especially, you can see Perm wrestlers, varsity guys looking over and supporting their young guys looking over and just envisioning themselves here in the next couple years being on the big mat.
Want to throw out a thank you to both coaching staffs here tonight. I sent out a quick email, and I had stats and all of the things that make this such a more enjoyable for you listeners at home. So thank you to both coaching staffs for doing that little bit of extra to bring this sport to where it should be, and we just appreciate both coaching staffs tonight.
Ike putting on another heavy ride here. A minute into the period, and he's had Bullroot flat on the mat the majority. I think the ref's going to make him work side to side here shortly because he's kind of got those legs tied up. He may get dinged for stalling himself. Here we got a hard crossface attempt here. We'll see if he can get enough to get a couple swipes.
A lot of times you'll hear from the stands that's a parallel ride. That's what you were talking about, Jesse, is you gotta release one hip and give your opponent at least a chance, but Ike does a nice job with that crossface, kind of eliminating that by putting an offensive move in. 30 seconds remain here on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Again, 2-2. There's a stall. And the stall is on.
It's on Ike.
On Ike. And again, you had called that. So nice work, Jesse. And again, you might go, well, there's only 20 seconds left in the second period, but you never want to lose in a stall in a close match. And you put yourself in harm's way because now you have to get quick returns. You have to do things a little bit more abruptly so you don't want to get that next stall warning.
For sure, and what that does is creates this opportunity for a fresh start with 15 seconds. Ike doing a good job stopping that first move. Under 5 here, getting to the end of the period.
So 2-2, we're going to go, and I guess it will be Ike's choice. He says down right away. Again, feeling like that 1 point. Again, you don't want that stall to become the factor, so keep moving.
Looking at the first period, when Ike gets that escape, he's got to be ready. This Moorhead's got a quick shot just to prevent a escape takedown opportunity here.
And we've noticed that on the Moorhead squad in general that they like to reshoot right out of an escape. So again, get the head hands defense ready to go and don't let them get to your legs.
Ike's got to keep working up here, keep working up. He's doing good in his tripod. Now he's got to get up to his feet a little bit, start working those hands. There we go. We got to stay on the mat. There we go.
Escape Adams.
And this is what I'm talking about. You got to weather the storm here because you don't want a quick shot's coming.
1:20 remaining. Nice shot here. Ike's kind of weathering and off the mat. He goes, and you got to be careful there. If it's considered backing off the mat, that's going to tie this thing up, and you called it. Be ready for this shot. 1:12 going. Moorhead doing a really nice job staying on the offense, and there's a great way to counter that is get in on the legs by yourself.
Here we're in an interesting whizzer position. Definitely got to keep wrestling here. 2-point takedown for Moorhead.
He takes a 4-3 lead, 50 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Again, not that Ike's going to stall, but you got to be careful when you're on the mat. Again, it seems like the officials kind of let that parallel ride go. Instead of calling a stall, they call a stalemate. So first move, Jesse? I don't.
Got to get to our feet. Got to get to your feet. If nothing else, you got to stay on your feet to either get a stall call on him and put the pressure on him to release you. We got to get to this position. We got to get our one. Under 30 seconds here. Ike's got to work to his hands.
I'm really surprised that Iowa hasn't come in here, stretch him out a little bit. He's kind of more in that spiral ride type look, but doing a good job. 15 seconds remaining, and Ike's working hard, but a lot of pressure being put on those shoulders right now, and it could almost be a stall itself as they go out of bounds. So 7 seconds remaining, 4-3. We're setting this up for you. Ike has to get out. Here comes the time for your best move.
You know, a change or a spiral ride's coming from the top position. We used to work that changeover on the bottom. When a guy hits a spiral ride, flip your hips over, follow him up. We got to make something happen. Under 3 seconds.
And he
here.
can take the stall call. He doesn't have one as he pushes him out. And he holds on for the victory, and that's a big one, I think, for Moorhead right there.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, Ike worked hard to get that escape and put that ride on him in the second period, but Moorhead knew that he could get it done at the end.
We go to 133. It's going to be interesting to see what the Yellow Jackets do here. There's a couple options, Wacker and Mickelson. I think you got to stop the bleeding right here. And Mickelson does come out for the Yellow Jackets, as now I've misplaced my other sheet, Jesse. It's getting to be a long night here.
I believe this is Dalton Humanick, if I remember right.
And he looked good early, but you're talking about one tough hombre here in Chandler Mickelson.
For sure, Chandler definitely wrestled a tough kid in one of the Carlson boys first round. Wants to come out and make a statement here, get his team on the board.
Again, we missed the Moorhead wrestler. We're believing it's Dalton Hemenick, FSO 9th grader, 20 and 10.
Nice job with the roll through there by Chandler. Cradle hooked up. He's got to settle in here.
Again, nice job by both wrestlers there. The 2-point near fall on the swipes, under a minute remaining in the first. Mickelson going back at it. Maybe getting a little high. We're in a reversal type situation here.
Yeah, nice little roll by Humenick. Definitely, got Chandler on his hip and worked to get the reversal.
Chandler Mickelson, a senior, 21 and 5 on the season. Dalton Humenick, a 9th grader, 20 and 10, but we saw what he could bring to the table in his last matches. He was a one tough customer for a freshman. This 133-pound match is being brought to you commercial free by Lakes Area Co-op and Lakes Ace Hardware in downtown Perham.
Humenick got a little loose with his mat return there, which gave Chandler a little space to come to his feet. But as we saw last match, this Humenick is extremely strong for being a 9th grader.
And he's going to ride out this period as that's the final seconds. Head into the second period. Chandler Mickelson up 4-2. Chandler takes the down position. Might have just been me, Jesse, but something to watch for. He looked like he kind of limped back to the middle a little bit. And it could be just one of those where you get your leg caught a little bit weird, but here's a reversal by Mickelson. So he says, I'm just fine.
I think a big thing for Chandler here is just trust your technique. This is a wrestler from Morehead who's kind of a high flyer, rolling around, trying to get the big move. Trust your technique. Stick to what you're doing. You're probably going to catch him, during one of his crazy attempts at something.
Right, and it's so interesting now this is the chess game happening right now. Mickelson bumped up. We have some illness in the lineup, a little bit of injury. He bumped up to 139, now down to 33. So does that domino affect what the Yellow Jackets do? Are we going to see Detloff back to 39, or is he going to 45? Well, there's just so many pieces that come into play, and it's fun to watch this unfold right here in the Hive with a minute remaining. Chandler with a nice cradle again.
I don't know if he's got a crossface there. But definitely a tighter cradle than he had before. Got his 5 count, I believe. Once that lock breaks.
9-2 now, 35 seconds remaining here on the United Community Bank scoreboard. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors for bringing this commercial free tonight, and we sure do appreciate it. Again, if you can patronize them, that would be awesome. It's great to have all of these people in place, including Great Clips. Download the Great Clips apps from the App Store and find a location nearest you today. Frontier Airlines, Dakota Fins and Feathers. Budget Blinds brought us our pregame shows. Lakes Area Hardware with our continual starting lineup or our transitional lineup as we're heading in to the end of the period. Chandler trying to get some points right at the end. Roll through by Hemenick. Stops that. United Community Bank has brought us our scoreboard. Reuter Family Dentistry has brought us our pin for the win. Jan L Nutrition Backyard. We'll be talking about the wrestler of the match at the EOT Insurance postgame report. Grab a quote today by visiting eotinsurance.com, and we'd like to thank Perham Health and Colton Lehman for taking care, and Coach John McEachran for taking care of those blood timeouts.
Headlock attempt there by Humenick. You saw Chandler definitely knowing it was coming, kind of backed out of it and ended up with a nice little go behind. I'd like to see him go to a crossface here. Sometimes these stronger, blockier wrestlers, you get to a hard crossface, you can run a butcher, and they're not as flexible to fight it off. Minute 15 left here in the third period. Chandler sitting on an 11-2 lead. He's got a major decision. We'll see how hard he works for a tech fall.
Under a minute to go here in period number 3, 11-2, 21-0 on the scoreboard in favor of the Moorhead Spuds. And surprising a little bit, not surprising after we watched them wrestle Wilmer and what they brought to the table. Again, we always talk about where does your stopper come from, and Chandler Mickelson's serving that role right now, has the major locked in. Would love to see a few more bonus points if you're the Yellow Jackets. I know that's not good to be greedy. Under 25 seconds remaining as he's got the arm bar in.
See if he can spin him back into the match here, onto the mat here.
Again, they go off the mat. 16.8 seconds remaining on your United Community Bank scoreboard. 11-2 again in favor of Mickelson. Has the major locked up right now. And let's see if he can get a little roll in here or something to gain some more. But time is drawing near. Strength out of Moorhead tonight, Jesse, is an apparent thing. Is we would have seen Mickelson take over a lot on those arm bars. Did not happen. So, but a nice win there and a good stop there for Mickelson makes the United Community Bank scoreboard 21-4 in favor of the Spuds.
Yeah, we'll see if the Yellow Jackets can go on a little run here of their own. I do see Johnny Ramos over there warming up. He was one we did not see. And there he is. Takedown by Johnny. One escape for Moorhead.
Again, it's good to see Johnny out there. It's been a little bit, a little while for him to wrestle. Didn't wrestle this weekend. First time tonight.
Johnny with another takedown there. Right into a tilt here. A lot of same tilt we've seen a lot of out of these Wilmer and Morehead wrestlers tonight. Kind of a ball and chain. He's looking to sit back, kind of pull him into his hips. He's got to keep his hips tight here. Now he should get a count. I think he got a 2 count there. 2 back points. Right into a big cradle. There's the fall for Johnny.
Nice job by Ramos. Back-to-back wins for the Yellow Jackets. Came in the first period. Again, the Yellow Jackets trying to make a little run here. I'm guessing Detloff's going to come out and he does come out for the Yellow Jackets, and this is kind of a good sign for the Yellow Jackets. Some of these younger kids now becoming the stoppers, and nice job by Ramos coming out. That match was brought to you by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and United Community Bank. Bridger Mongo on the mat for the Moorhead Spuds. He is a senior, 18 and 15, a captain against Tegan Detloff. Detloff a 9th grader, but don't be fooled, 32 and 8, and has wrestled about every style of competition you can do. He's looking for that early 2-point takedown, and there it is.
Yeah, nice adjustment from Detloff compared to his first match today. He got to his kind of bread and butter, ran to that single leg, got to where he could elevate that leg and work to a finish.
That last fall by Ramos is a Reuter pin for the win for the Yellow Jackets. This 145-pound match is brought to you by Joe Foltz Construction and Reuter Family Dentistry, as there's an escape by Mongo.
Again, shot from space from Detloff here. Again, his length is just something else.
Mongo doing a nice job of kind of holding suit, though, and putting a lot of pressure on the back of Detloff, but he had that ankle trap. He just kind of ran out of real estate. I think if he could have sucked that in, would have been a nice probably takedown there for Detloff. But as it is, back to the middle of this brand new mat, just displayed by the Yellow Jackets tonight. Looking sharp under there. And speaking of looking sharp, great shot there by Detloff, but here's a little ankle pass going.
Yeah, a little scramble here. You know, they talk about whoever's head is higher usually has the advantage. So potentially dangerous there. A lot of limbs tied up. Good move by the official to clean that up.
I used to, you think nice shot again by Detloff in. Mongo's one long wrestler too, so kind of a different probably for a nice job by Detloff, just holding his own, and again those points scored in the last seconds as there's the end of the period, and he takes a 4-1 advantage into the second period, and he goes down, I believe. He chooses down. So down position for Detloff. Again, scoreboard 21-10. We've got a caution. Caution here as we get rolling. Again, I almost thought it was another caution, and I could see the official going, ooh, maybe I missed that one as well. But a nice job there, Detloff. Again, you're going to have to get a mat return pretty soon, and there it is. Otherwise, that stall would come into play. We're in the second period as both wrestlers go off the mat. Again, we have Mongo Detloff here in the second period with 1:43 remaining.
I really like that Detloff's making an attempt to get up to his feet, making sure that, who's this one on?
Caution green again. Again, it's like super close and, dangerous position there. Good job, Detloff. Now he's in that.
Here we go again with the ankle scramble.
Wrapping up like pretzels, and the last few times it's ended up to be a stalemate, but this is a little bit.
See, as long as they're still working here and nothing's twisted the way it shouldn't be, they're going to let this go. There's a reversal for Teagan.
A nice job of Detloff to do just what you said there, Jesse, as he did a great job of keeping moving, but there's the escape. So 6-2, 1 minute remaining, second period. Mongo Detloff with the lead right now.
Again, keep firing those takedowns.
Nice.
Nicely done. He's got to recover that other leg, and he should have a takedown. Now he's going to work for more here. Got one swipe on the edge there. Good job by Teagan staying aggressive.
I like how he just dropped down on that, Jesse, and he ended up on the ankle and got to a single leg and then just took care of business. So nice knowledge of what he's doing on the mat, Detloff, and it's kind of been something we've just come to appreciate, and we've just assumed that he's going to do it. So for a freshman, he is a very veteran freshman.
Yep, he's put a lot of hours on the mat, and he's definitely got a deep arsenal of takedowns and wrestling knowledge. There he is again, right back into it, not wasting any time. But here we go.
I wouldn't expect anything less than to see everybody wrapped up here. Stalemate again, 8.7 seconds on your United Community Bank scoreboard. A little update, 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. The Yellow Jacket boys are in Bemidji. They are down 62-51 with just under 5 minutes to play.
Into the third period, Detloff with an 8-3 lead. Looking to Coach Vetch for a few instructions. I'm sure we're going to work. If I know Teagan, he's going to work for any extra bonus points he can. Here he's got to fend off that single leg.
And the Spud coaches are saying bring him back, and that was an interesting turn of events there.
That's definitely a little bit of a risky risky escape, because if he holds on to that ankle, then you look kind of foolish, but he let go of it, so.
Again, 8-4, 1 minute and 20 seconds. A deep shot here for Mongo. Let's see if he can get around, and these guys have been all wrapped up all night long here, Jesse. And
Tegan in a pretty good spot here. It looks like he's got both legs corralled. He's just got to pop his head to one side or the other, and he might stalemate again.
Again, that's multiple stalemates here. In the other action by the Yellow Jackets, the Perham Lady Jackets are in Breckenridge tonight, and 14 minutes left in that game. Perham's up 38-27, so lots of good action for the Yellow Jackets here tonight, including these wrestlers on the mat.
Tegan in on another great shot. Dumped him right away. He's awarded the takedown.
Again, now Detloff, 30 seconds remain, looking for some bonus points, and I'm not going to say, nobody's ever going to say they don't need bonus points. So 20 seconds remain. Detloff working hard. Mongo also working hard, trying to grab.
Ooh.
When he reached back and tried to grab, I think Detloff saw his opportunity there, but opportunity didn't happen, and here we go, 5.
Ooh,
4,
stacked him up.
He's
3,
2, 1. There it is, the end. He is going to get 2.
Wow.
And get that major decision, which is that one bonus point that might be the difference in the game. And I'm going to circle that one, Jesse, as that, if that comes back to put the Yellow Jackets in a favorable position, we are going to remember that one by Tegan Detloff.
Well, it's just a will to never give up. I mean, you very easily could have stayed on top in the last 10 seconds there, but he knew his team needed an extra point, and he went for it. Almost had the fall.
Now on the mat for the Yellow Jackets is Carson Byer. Byer is a senior, 24-11 on the season. He's taken on Josh Beach. Josh Beach is a 9th grader, 1-20 on the season. So you got to think advantage Byer here, and we'll probably have a little celebration in the works if that is the case. But we will not get ahead of ourselves because it is the sport of wrestling.
Oh, boy. Byer with a nice throw, kind of an over position. Just kind of said, I'm stronger than you. Not a whole lot of technique involved. But definitely working, getting some back points here. See if he can adjust for the fall.
Again, Beach fending it off, but then Byer slips into that arm bar and then just pulls it back into himself.
Holding 3 more for that little tilt. He's going to crawl up on top here and cinch it in. This is going to be pretty tight.
Boy, you got to give Beach credit, though. He is fighting hard and somehow bellies out of that, which is...
Here Byer goes into his 4th pinhold of the match.
And there's the fall. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Congratulations, Carson. That's a 75th win. That's an awesome feat for any wrestler. Couldn't have think of a better guy to deserve some recognition tonight.
Yeah, congratulations to Byer. He has a big smile on his face and a lot of years of wrestling in the books to get to that point.
Open.
So Cook gets the open victory, which now puts the Perham Yellow Jackets up 26-21, and we kind of saw this happen a little bit in the middle for Moorhead, and now they got to battle back through here.
Now, after what we've seen, you can see already, but this is a match that's going to be kind of wild because both of these wrestlers are extremely explosive, and they like to lock up and see what happens. So hold on to your hat, folks. This could be a good one.
Ron Otto on the mat for the Spuds, a senior, 11 and 12, a captain. Tristan Larson, a 10th grader, 12 and 16 on the season. Larson with the initial takedown.
Potentially dangerous on that arm bar. Wrist was twisted kind of weird. The refs do a good job of taking a look at that, because if they call it kind of a chicken wing position, that can put a lot of pressure in places that it shouldn't. Better job there by Tristan, returning his opponent to the mat, a little more cautiously than he did before. But here they go, escape for.
And now hold on.
Yes.
And you can sense the hush over the
Yes.
crowd right now, waiting for something to happen.
Everybody knows something's going to happen. It's just when. There's a big throw attempt by Larson, kind of a cow catcher. He's got to settle in, because this Otto is definitely kind of a firecracker. He hopped off his back in the last match, and actually, there's the fall for Larson. Oh, boy. Good throw by Tristan Larson, keeping it going for the Jackets.
And it's amazing when we talked about matchups, Jesse. We talked about the first matchup. Wilmer came in, kind of had their way with the Yellow Jackets. Moorhead came out and beat Wilmer, and I'm thinking, and now here's the Jackets kind of turning tide.
Another open weight for Moorhead. You wonder if it's something to do with injury, something to do with
match count
stuff. It's just hard to know.
This is Genesis Kamara for the Spuds at 2:15, so this has taken quite a turn here in the last few matches, Jesse, as we're going to be done earlier than we thought we were going to be. 38-21 in favor of the Yellow Jackets right now. Kamara is a 10th grader, 12 and 15 on the season. Wrestling Hudson Hackle, a senior, 22 and 9 on the season. And again, this I think would favor the Yellow Jackets. I don't know if the Spuds looked ahead. I'm not sure what happened, but again, one of those things that maybe you're looking at, like we said, there's multiple things: injury, sickness, match count, you name it. It could be one of those type of things. But again, it kind of took a little luster off this last one. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting a real shootout towards the end here, just knowing what the Spuds had and what they did against Wilmer. So again, hats off to the Yellow Jackets. They're doing what they need to right now. And again, I would think their favorite in this one is Hackle gets the takedown.
Yeah, this Kamara was had an interesting style on his feet before. I know the wrestler from Wilmer, spent a little bit of time to try to figure it out. Good job by Hudson on top here, stopping that first move. Look for Hudson to get a turn here. See, he's digging for an arm bar right away.
Again, some strong kids for the Spuds. This is a sophomore. Again, doing a nice job trying to get out here. You can tell Hudson does a nice job, gets back up onto the deep waist type ride.
Nothing lead for Hackle headed into the second period.
Again, on your United Community Bank scoreboard, 38-21. Favor of the Yellow Jackets, and this turned fast. Hackle's going to take the down position. It just was a turnabout that I wasn't really seeing, but again, a couple open weights is 12 points, and there's the escape by Hackle makes it 3-0.
see if Hudson can get to one of his attacks early here.
Again, we'll come back after a little break after 285. We'll come into our EOT postgame show. Hackle elevates. Nice job to his back.
See if he can get his back points before they go off the mat here.
Right in a sliding type spot. Hackle's trying to kind of control it by grabbing that leg and does a nice job, and really nice job. And there's the fall by Hackle. Makes it 44-21 in favor of the Yellow Jackets. Heading into our final match of the night at 285. Cash Burke going to come out for the Yellow Jackets. And Jake Erdman coming out for the Spuds. Erdman, a 12th grader, senior this year, 14-5, a state, 15-5 now, a state qualifier, captain for this Spuds team against Cash Burke, a junior, 10-9 on the season this year. And again, this is a big fella for the Spuds.
For sure, and you know as well as I do, Cash is going to give a valiant effort out here, whether he's favored or not. He's going to go out there and battle and try to make himself better.
Inside joke, but I'm just wondering if he got his coffee this morning.
That's a good question. Ooh!
Little elevator action going there.
Nice attempt by Cash. He's going to make Erdman at least think about it here.
And at this point, what a good, it's a time to try anything right now and see what you got, and hopefully something sticks. And again, Erdman has to be the favorite here, but like you said, don't count out one Cash Burke as he doesn't. He's one of those hombres that won't back down.
Absolutely. Here we're locked up again. Cash has got to keep working his hips a little bit. Erdman just kind of too big, too strong.
Just that size.
Yep. Cash, I know, weighs under the 215-pound weight class, so he could go either weight.
Again, this is there's the fall by Erdman, which is going to bring your final score on your United Community Bank scoreboard. 44 for the Yellow Jackets, 27 for the Moorhead Spuds. In a great night, and we're going to invite you to come back here after a few messages from our sponsors. We'll do the EOT Insurance recap of kind of the entire night. We'll talk about what's coming up here in Yellow Jacket land here, and we'll also name our EOT wrestler of the match. So again, Yellow Jackets split on the evening, 1-1, losing to Wilmer earlier in tonight. Coming back here to defeat the Moorhead Spuds. We'll be back here shortly. Come back and find out who is our our J&L Nutrition backyard wrestler of the match.
Make memories that they'll remember and pass down a tradition. Enjoy your freedom with the road less traveled and spend time with the ones you love. Whether it's here or there, make the most out of life and spend time with who you choose. And choose Quillo from United Community Bank. Whatever life has in store for you, finance it with Quillo. Learn more at ucbankmn.com. United Community Bank, Perham, Frazee, Dent. Subject to credit approval. Auto payment required. United Community Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
Welcome to Perham, Minnesota, a great place to visit and an even better place to live. Here's a look at just a few of the things you can experience here.
To learn more and plan your next getaway, visit Perham.com.
Hansen's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hansen, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Burgess, or Detroit Lakes today. Hansen's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
Say hello to Taylor Doll at the Backyard. Taylor keeps the store filled with your pet's favorite pet food, pet treats, and pet toys. Hard to find items like retractable dog leashes and pet supplements. The Backyard also carries everything you need for your livestock and poultry operations. Are you a bird watcher? The Backyard has one of the best selections of bird seed, suets, and feeders in the area. And finally, don't forget to book a spa day for your dog with one of our professional dog groomers. 218-346-7487.
At Waterfront Recreational LLC, the mission is to deliver high-quality and custom-built steps, decks, and docks so you can access and enjoy your property. We believe in hard work, honest and fair dealing, high-quality craftsmanship, and excellent customer service. Our products have proven results. We can't control the weather, but our docks remain rock solid in the windiest of conditions. We also offer boat storage in the wintertime. Call or text 218-298-1353 for more information about each of our services, or visit waterfrontrecreational.com today.
Welcome back into the Hive for our EOT post-game show. Grab a quote today by visiting eotinsurance.com. And again, one of those really weird nights, Jesse, where we talk about matchups all the time. It couldn't have unfolded any different than what I thought might have happened, and that's where I guess you just don't make assumptions and you don't predict what's going to happen because you just don't know when it comes to matchup or injury or whatever may have it. But the Yellow Jackets started the night falling to Wilmer by a score of 39-22 and one where Wilmer really took control. Wilmer comes back out on the mat, and Moorhead gets an early lead and then comes back at the end to pick up a victory over Wilmer. And then I thought, well, boy, this Moorhead, it's going to be really tough for the Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets come out with a couple of open weights from the Spuds and win 44-27. So you take those two open weights out of there. That changes drastically what the score might have looked like, and I'm not sure the reason. We could guess up and down the books, Jesse, but either way, the Yellow Jackets come out with a nice victory in the nightcap here.
Absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head with it. That matchups are everything. Obviously, we can speculate till we're blue in the face, but at the end of the day, the Jackets definitely wrestled better in the second match than they did the first match, I would say. Two quality teams. I'll be curious to be checking the results of AAA at the end of the year to see how those teams end up.
Right, and two good programs that came out and wrestled hard, and again, it's one of those things you never know, illness, sickness, injury, match count. There's multiple reasons why things stack up differently than what they did. So with that, the Morehead Spuds go 1-1 in the evening. That runs their record to 11-11. Everybody split. And so it was one of those, I guess if you're going to draw out a triangular, you're going, wow, this is the way this thing should draw out. The Yellow Jackets, they go 1-1, so they run their record to 12-9. They have another one that got postponed. They're going to go to Frazee on Thursday. That's going to be a heck of a duel. That place is going to be packed. It's part of a triangular, but they're not going to wrestle all the teams. DL's going to wrestle Frazee first from what I heard, and then the Yellow Jackets are going to wrestle after that, and there's no better rivalry in the sport of wrestling than the Hornets and the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that rivalry goes back to, all the way back to before I was even old enough to know what wrestling was. But that gym is a place where I'm sure you love it if you're from Frazee, and if you're not from Frazee, it's not an easy place to go in and get a victory, but it's part of it. It's the part that makes high school sports special and should be a good duel.
I got so carried away by that elevator action by Cash Burke at the end, I forgot to thank KLN for sponsoring that 285-pound match. So couple things we can wrap up here, Jesse, and then we'll probably thank our sponsors and we'll wrap up ourselves and get on the roll. The Yellow Jacket boys, I don't want to play spoiler alert, so if you don't want to hear the scores and you're going and you want to watch that next, just tune me out for just a second. The Yellow Jacket boys fall to Bemidji 78-68, and the Yellow Jacket girls are up 59-39 with 6 minutes to go in Breckenridge. So again, a good successful night for the Yellow Jackets. Most likely we'll be back on the air coming up here on Thursday. We have Barnesville Perham boys basketball live from the Hive as well, and we've got a lot of things to go, a lot of things happening in Yellow Jacketville right now. I know tomorrow's signing day. There's things happening. That'll probably be more to come. Check out the Perham Schools website and find out all those good things that are happening for the Yellow Jackets. What a great night. You fill the stands. You've got JV wrestling. You've got all kinds of good things going on, Jesse. And I want to thank you, too, for stepping in and battling the cold and giving us what you had, because it's a lot better broadcast with you here. Before we go, we have to honor at least one wrestler with the JNL Nutrition Backyard Wrestler of the Match here on the EOT postgame show. I'll let you start, and then I'll finish.
All right, I'm going to give Wrestler of the Match tonight to Tegan Detloff. He started from the first blow of the whistle, getting after it, being offensive. Ended up getting a big set of near fall points at the end of the third period to get his team an extra bonus point. Kind of got that ball rolling and kept that ball rolling for the Yellow Jackets as they went on a nice little tear. So congrats, Tegan. Again, only a freshman, but wise beyond his years from all the mat time he spent over the years, and he deserves it.
Right, and I'll follow up. I'm going to go with Carson Beyer. And fitting here, last regular season, home event, 75th win. Carson has been one of those guys that, Jesse, from the football field to being in school to working on the farm to being on the wrestling mat, he's a kid who gives it his all. And man, he's one of those kids you just want to cheer for. And he brought it tonight and had a tough bout in the first and came right back out just in Carson Beyer fashion, and just came out and picked up his 75th win.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. He's a kid who a few years ago you may have thought, I'm not sure if he'll be the leader of this team, but now it's without a doubt he is one of the leaders of every sports team he's been on this year. I know in the fall and football season he was kind of the glue for us out there, and just carried right over to wrestling season, and again, couldn't be happier for him.
Again, that's Jesse Hine. I'm Lance Rock. We've been honored to bring you Yellow Jacket, Moorhead Spud, and Wilmer Cardinal Wrestling tonight. Thank you for those of you who have stuck with us through the whole evening. It's been our pleasure. We wish you nothing but the best in the evening, and come back and join us on Magnitude Sports Network.
Broadcast was an exclusive presentation of the Magnitude Sports Network. Subscribe, click the bell, and visit magnitudesn.com for a schedule of our upcoming broadcasts.